Chapter 619. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared, the surroundings were warm like spring. It was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky, the lush leaves covered the sky, the bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Xianxia Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and He Lulan's ears. Who is it? He Lulan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock, Ghost! He panicked and subconsciously ran to He Lulan's side. Ghost? I am not a ghost. If I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body. I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sun's will sighed. Golden sand like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure. It was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. Ah, you are? Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sun's will. He was extremely shocked. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. He was after all the leader of He tribe. He knew a lot. His expression was solemn. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Suns will sighed again, saying, I know the two of you are filled with questions. Long story short, not long ago, this person barged into True Yang Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sand light particles condensed into Chang Shan Yin's image. Ah, it's Wolf Wang Da's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him. He Lulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sun's will continued, what you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Chang Shan Yin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sun's will said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Chang Shan Yin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It could deceive He Lulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm, Giant Sun's will entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, He Lulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Chang Shan Yin is an imposter. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the two methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do. He definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants. True Yang building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger. I need your strength now. Giant Sun's will said. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's words were simple. In a short while, he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why True Yang building would help Tai Bai Yunsheng. His heart was pounding. Giant Sun's will wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a very special condition to recognize a master. There are two blessed land owners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake will goo can deceive the land spirit. This is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the Blessed Land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lolan's gaze shook. Afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait! Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside. I don't want to be the blessed land's owner. I need to go out and save them." Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyun, and Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ming Jie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun. Thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant sons will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily, "Ha, tender feelings for the fairer sex, as expected of my giant son's descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of imperial court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want." Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, "No, it is so dangerous outside now. I need to save the two of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly." "Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself. How can you protect others?" Giant sons will laughed heartily. "Just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become imperial court-blessed land's owner. I'll save your woman." Giant sons will was swift and decisive. The moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into True Yang building. Almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants. The reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sons will did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sons will made his move again. This time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify. It was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic. Even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed. Broken walls were flying around in the wind. It was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jinyang Tower situation was worrying. It was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sons will has already awakened. He wants you dead. It is already a good thing that he did not target you. He will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then. It can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. The benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. Why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point. The whole of Imperial Court-blessed land was affected. Giant Sons will had awakened. Water Pavilion could no longer hide. It was a good chance to retreat now while True Yang building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card. He had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation. It was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation. It could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power. It could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of True Yang building. The glass owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2. It could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Jinyang Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside Truyang Building, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Chang Li was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun. Silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's will in the air, thanking, "Thank you, old ancestor." Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. All right, don't talk nonsense. The heavenly tribulations are getting heavier. If this continues, even 88-point Xinyang Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible. Hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam. A group of tall tree men slowly walked over. Each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The tree ants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake will goose slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's will instructed in a leisurely tone. He Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chang Li watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Giant Sun's will's voice stopped. He Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." So it was like this, I was wrong. Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. Calm your mind, get rid of all distracting thoughts. Don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake will goose power better. Giant Sun's will continue to instruct. He Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute. Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. You brat, you are courting death. He Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest. She was flustered and exasperated. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lulan's might, he muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against He Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's will. Disgraceful thing. He Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. Idiot! The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you. Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that He Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind. Chang Li also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake will goo. Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake will goo. He Lolan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion. Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you? Giant Sun's will's words made Chang Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chang Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder. His assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chang Li. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of imperial court-blessed land. Giant Sun's will had already started investigating Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct, and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun frowned. He was foolish and daring. He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast. I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show. Chang Li's face turned pale, her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved. He was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened. He did not believe it. Giant Sun's will continued. There is also this little female companion of yours. She is called Zhao Lianyun. She is somewhat intelligent. She had no choice but to accompany you. She was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart, she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger, she has already started to rely on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart turned cold. The feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child. She was a transmigrator. The hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused. The will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Lianyun into retreating a few steps. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You truly have guts, you truly have guts. But a pity, you met me. Giant Sun's will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lulan was shocked. With his knowledge, it was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Lianyun, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Lianyun, opening his arms, protecting her behind him. Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Giant Sun's Will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason he had to explain. Beaten to death? Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world. They are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon. When he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's Will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun, raising her head to face Giant Sun's Will in the air, her tone firm. If you want to take my life, come and take it. Giant Sun's Will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will Gu. The difference between special will and other wills was, the Gu master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this Giant Sun's Will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's Will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No. Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's Will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky. Damn it! The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's Will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Xianxia Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's Will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Xianxia Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will envelop the whole of True Yang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence, they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's Will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls, and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Xianxia Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's Will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many Gu worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Xianxia Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Ant, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's Will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Feng Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 True Yang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Xianyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white, the bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Xianyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunxing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased, soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combatability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the glass owner token. He did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the True Yang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha, the glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon he saw Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber, motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seized the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed. The ice broke and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunxing gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunxing, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity, my death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Fang Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing with resentment, explaining, I received master's orders to infiltrate True Yang building and release the land spirit seal, intending to overthrow True Yang building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master also gave me the glass owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But along the way, you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sun's will borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sun's will? He is only using you to protect True Yang building. Now, you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sun's will's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunxing frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, Not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will. After being sucked into True Yang building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you released my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back, and in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip. He aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his two hands holding the knife alternately, cutting a wound. Two long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body, only bright red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade-green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's true appearance. So you are not Chang Shan-yin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you? Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura. Especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense rank 5 peak stage aura. His gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people. With one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will. A genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person, Tai Bai Yunsheng had only seen a few in his entire life. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. My real name is Fang Yuan. I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order. We are from the same sect. Fang Yuan? The same master and disciple? Bo! Astonished, shock and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? We are from the same sect. You still don't understand? It means that your master and I are the same person. Our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers. Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood, it was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair. At times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea, his aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 goo immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunsheng's memory. He could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunxing up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunxing. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai Bai Yunxing. Master? Tai Bai Yunxing muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over northern plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. Now, listen carefully. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunxing. His tone was not polite. Master's name is Zishan Makoto. He has 6 disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am the 5th. I cultivate strength path and enslavement path. Both paths are Gu immortal true inheritances. Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing was like a treasure. He chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air. The old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance. He likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you. He once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of Burning Sea Heavenly Immortal. It has astonishing power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone. But Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. Then, you are my senior brother? Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze had already changed greatly. Fang Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. You can barely be considered an in-name disciple. Master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my, that 5th senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing slightly raised his brows. What are you so proud of? You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your 5th senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal. I can just wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite, and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion. If he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunxing might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunxing relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunxing was quite old, compared to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fang Yuan did not give a direct explanation. But with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunxing understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered. Then, 6th junior brother? Fang Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that, I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing was powerlessly interrupted by Fang Yuan and could not get angry. Instead he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fang Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. Splendid, truly splendid, lad. You are truly sinister, tsk. With just a few words, you swindled a Gu Immortal's battle strength. Mo Yao had been observing from the side. But at this moment, she could not help but appear in Fang Yuan's mind, praising Fang Yuan's performance endlessly. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, "Heh, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunxing, you finally said something sensible." Master's eyes are not wrong, he did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind, you need to cooperate with me. Now, we can only rely on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunxing bowed again. First, use this. Fang Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan goo. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing looked at this lifespan goo and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Use it, you might have immortal goo man as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunxing felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, his grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. This lifespan goo, the glass owner token in my hand, can control a portion of the round. There is only one lifespan goo in true Yang building, quickly use it, don't dawdle. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Even now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan goo in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. What's wrong with you? Fang Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. There are some reasons. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyelids drooped, before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Fang Yuan. Anyway, don't worry, I will provide you with the greatest help. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunxing, gritting his teeth. Scoundrel, do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan goo? Tai Bai Yunxing was silent, his gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Fang Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart. The last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunxing's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a Gu immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. Alright, according to the contents of your true inheritance, and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before, right? Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, yes. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. Very good, follow me. Saying so, a large group of starlight firefly goo flew out of his aperture. Oh, right, hold these 2 for me, put them in your immortal aperture. I can't bring them. I can't bring it. Fang Yuan casually tossed it. Immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk. Chapter 622. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Fang Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around. Fang Yuan's face showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's small head. Little Hu Immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small butt. This is the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little Hu Immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little Hu Immortal calling Fang Yuan master. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still immortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court Blessed Land. After that, Imperial Court Blessed Land gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. This central continent Blessed Land is called Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I received master's orders and forcefully seized it from several central continent sections. Fang Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, but now he was truly looking at Fang Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask. Thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Fang Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little Hu Immortal saw Tai Bai Yunxing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal. Quickly bring us to Dang Hun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore, he immediately let down his guard and led Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Together, they disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were teleported to the center of the blessed land and saw Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Dang Hun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously, in Dang Hun Mountain, the Dang Hun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. If you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fang Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was a smart person. Seeing this scene and recalling Fang Yuan's words, he guessed Fang Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fang Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is? Little Hu Immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw landscape as before Gu. This Gu was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing lightly shouted and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before Gu in the blink of an eye. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Dang Hun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal Gu gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed and Tai Bai Yunxing threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Dang Hun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Dang Hun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Dang Hun Mountain is back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that, he used his movement Gu and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending one bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal Gu, and used landscape as before Gu to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Dang Hun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain? Tai Bai Yunsheng finally heard it clearly and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock, "Could it be? In the Legends of Renzu, could there be a second Dang Hun Mountain?" Fang Yuan's smile deepened. "To think that I would actually see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the sole cultivation holy land that even spectral soul demon venerable praises endlessly." Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him, this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had a subtle change again. He did not speak, silently using the third bead of immortal essence and continued to activate landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state. The jade light was not as strong as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng used the fourth bead, the fifth bead of green grape immortal essence. Until the sixth bead, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Dang Hun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. Sob, sob, sob. She cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fang Yuan looked at Dang Hun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work, the dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was excluded from the tower. 88-point Xinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake Will Gu was an immortal Gu. It was hard to capture. But Fang Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time, he could use the Gu Immortal's will to forcefully refine the false emotion fake Will Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan left in a hurry. He left Hu Immortal blessed land with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu. It was filled with souls of both humans and beasts. Most of them were collected by Fang Yuan from the battlefield. Using Dang Hun Mountain, he could produce a large number of Guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Xinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fang Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. This time, they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent, and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu. They could allow blessed lands and grotto heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Sixth Junior Brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe Master taught him this. The trip to Hu Immortal blessed land made Tai Bai Yunsheng trust Fang Yuan even more. Fang Yuan was only immortal now, but he had a blessed land. This in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Dang Hun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe. Fang Yuan first showed his true appearance, then used lifespan Gu, secret information and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He also solved Tai Bai Yunsheng's doubts. Why did True Yang Building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunsheng were almost all true, only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie. the lies became the truth. Especially this lie, it was Tai Bai Yunxing's deepest secret. After being soul-searched by Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunxing's mentality. Tai Bai Yunxing felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked, he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew. But he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope, he needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition, to a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunxing's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals, he had experienced the mortal world, but on the path to immortality, he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his possession. He was no longer anxious, he also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was, from the deepest part of his heart, he was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? It was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal Gu to you. Tai Bai Yunxing threw fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal Gu and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunxing once again made Tai Bai Yunxing feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunxing to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was solemn. He did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree man here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away. The false emotion fake Wu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the Treants, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Shang. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the tree man. You are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon. Her origin is mysterious. She is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows, she might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shan-yin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong. You are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon, she is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy. The two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit. With its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, This round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help. This caused Zhao Lianyun's heart to tremble and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Lianyun. The two of them truly loved each other and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the tree man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the tree man. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly appeared on the tree man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. This lad's luck is really amazing. Fang Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Bai Yunsheng was slightly shocked. He did not expect the Grand Fang Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you! He Lulan quickly sensed Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. His pupils shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Sun's will suddenly disappeared. The mysterious man impersonating Changshan Yin appeared again with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng beside him. The two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink. It was already surrounded by the tree man layer by layer. His and Zhao Lianyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at He Lulan, who had a grim expression, and asked calmly. Fang Yuan sneered. To topple True Yang Building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone, thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake Wu Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly, we do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different. The difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree man, under his will, followed him in layers. Chapter 623. Bam Bam Bam. The 6 10-meter-tall treants raised their hammer-like fists high in the air and ruthlessly smashed the light barrier one after another. Frost Jade Peacock cried out. The wide wings had already been sealed by the gold, and only its head was still exposed. Masters, I can't hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, her long eyelashes trembling. The light barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Under the treemen's attacks, it was on the verge of shattering. More terrifyingly, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in ruins, and Frost Jade Land Spirit was sealed. The remaining strength was nothing to Fang Yuan. He could break through at any time. The fatal crisis had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had no idea. Even if they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating. Zhao Lianyun was silent. She leaned on Ma Hongyun with her eyes closed. In essence, she was a woman after all. Ma Hongyun consoled her softly, even though he himself had no hope. It's over. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, stepping on the leaves and entering the innermost layer of the tree men's encirclement. But just as he was about to attack and dive down, Mo Yao suddenly cried out in his mind, Huh? This aura. Wait a minute, stop right now. What's wrong? Fang Yuan's movement halted. He stopped at the top of the tree, bewildered. Ever since Mo Yao's will was placed in his mind, he had never seen Mo Yao have such intense emotional fluctuations. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao appeared. Her face was covered in tears, her body was trembling. She muttered to herself, this aura, there's no mistake, there's no mistake. This is fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he recalled. For the sake of her lover, Bo Qing, when Mo Yao was alive, he had put in a lot of effort to research the 88-point Xinyang Tower and had taken the risk to enter the True Inheritance mystic realm. Her original goal was to obtain one of the supreme true inheritances, the Luck Path True Inheritance, and steal fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. However, she was only partially successful. Even though she had gone through a lot of hardships and used all her strength to break a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu flew along this crack and disappeared without a trace. However, Mo Yao did not come out empty-handed. She obtained a small portion of the Luck Dao inheritance. Combining with her Refinement Grandmaster Foundation, she finally refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Mo Yao used Calamity Beckoning Gu to help Bo Qing in his tribulation, but both of them died. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan found the inheritance left behind by Mo Yao and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu again. He accepted Mo Yao's final mission to return the Rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House in the future. Right now, Mo Yao suddenly sensed fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. This was the full effort she put in when she was alive. She used all her wisdom, but still failed to obtain the crucial Immortal Gu. It was not hard to understand why she lost her composure and was so agitated. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura is on this kid. To think that I, Mo Yao, put in all my effort. Narrowly escaping death, I let fortune rivaling Heaven Gu escape. In the end, a mortal kid benefited from it. Is this fate? Mo Yao looked up at the sky and sighed. Crying and laughing, her tone was extremely bleak. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. He asked in his mind, that means fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is on Ma Hongyun? Are you sure? Of course, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. I will absolutely not forget it. Mo Yao replied resolutely. She continued, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is rank 8, it is a one-time consumable Gu. It is formless and intangible, it is a lump of grand luck. It is extremely difficult to capture using ordinary methods. Back then, my main body was unable to capture it, causing it to disappear without a trace. Even True Yang Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains and wandered, finally landing on that kid's body. So it is only a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan was immediately greatly disappointed. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was the highest achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path True Inheritance. Its value was extremely huge. Fang Yuan could not obtain any benefits in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. It would be best if he could snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Gu from Ma Hongyun. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was a one-time use Gu. It would disappear once used. Fang Yuan, be careful. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is extremely mysterious. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had many fortuitous encounters, turning calamities into blessings, his luck never ending. It was mostly because of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Ma Hong used fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He is a true son of luck. His luck is number 1 in the 5 regions. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had the same luck. He has the same level of luck. Although luck is formless and intangible, it is also a part of strength. You must not look down on it. Mo Yao anxiously reminded. I know my limits. Fang Yuan restrained his killing intent. His gaze was cold as he stood on the branch, not attacking rashly. He looked down at Ma Hongyun and the others from above, allowing the Trey Ant beneath his feet to launch its attacks. Actually, the distance between the two was not far, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. From this, it could be seen how severely weakened the land spirit was. The strength of both sides was clear. It looked like the fruits of victory were at their fingertips. Killing Ma Hongyun was as easy as flipping one's hand. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His horizons naturally surpassed mortals. He was clear. The so-called Gu master paths, wisdom path, strength path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and so on. They looked like a collection of complex and detailed goo worms, but in essence, they were the understanding of heaven and earth, the analysis of the profundities of the universe. Luck path was the same. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's example, luck path, compared to other paths, could explain a certain aspect of the profundities of heaven and earth at a deeper level. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always placed great importance on him. Because of his previous life's memories, he knew how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, he eventually became the pillar of Northern Plains, the leader who resisted the attacks of Central Continent's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was besieged, he was still growing healthily. Fang Yuan was clear about Ma Hongyun's growth path, and now he finally understood the source of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu. And the originator of this was Mo Yao, who resided in Fang Yuan's mind. Although luck did not have a material form and could not be touched, Fang Yuan was clear about its profound power. No wonder Giant Suns will specially chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyun for the land spirit's ownership. He Lulan is the strongest bloodline descendant, while Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven. Fang Yuan felt it was quite troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was only a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the protection of a rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu was only inferior to the legendary rank 9 wisdom Gu, strength Gu, and so on. Its power was extraordinary and beyond imagination. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would have a miserable ending. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in True Inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi immortal Gu. Not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in reality, when had he ever suffered a real loss along the way? Every time, it was a blessing in disguise. He had endless fortuitous encounters. Those who wanted to harm him or deal with him had instead met with misfortune. Although every time, he was not the one who attacked directly. But there would always be other external forces, accidents, and countless coincidences. These external forces, coincidences, and accidents stacked together to form an astonishing might. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Previously, Giant Sun's will wanted to eliminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun risked his life to protect him. This was equivalent to Giant Sun's will standing on the opposite side of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to make a move, Fang Yuan took action and pulled out True Yang Building, and was now being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Even Giant Sun's will was killed. Fang Yuan thought from a different perspective, and was immediately shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can investigate the situation inside 88-point Shenyang Tower. Why did I make a move earlier? It was completely unintentional. Maybe, after hearing that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, I wanted to protect her and investigate it out of curiosity? Fang Yuan recalled the situation back then. Giant Sun's will being expelled from True Yang Building could be said to have been single-handedly caused by him. But the timing was coincidental, allowing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun to escape the calamity. If I make a move against Ma Hongyun now, will it be the same as Giant Sun's will, an external force intervening, or some accident happening? Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand, feeling apprehensive. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan thought again. What I heard was actually Mo Yao's side of the story. Mo Yao's will seems trustworthy, but what if she is deceiving me for some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his mind, strange, I used luck inspection Gu earlier and observed almost everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven, why didn't I notice it? I only saw 2 people with the most luck. One is He Lulan, the other is Tai Bai Yunxing. Mo Yao seemed to have expected Fang Yuan to have this question, and immediately answered, what's so strange about that? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu. Your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu, an investigative Gu that allows the Gu master to see luck that is invisible to the naked eye. How can a rank 5 investigative goo detect the luck of a rank 8 immortal goo? Since I can't see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven goo? Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to ask. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed before saying, there is a way to confirm it. That is to use investigative goo to observe your own luck. Every time you do something unfavorable to the child of luck, Ma Hongyun, because of the mutual influence of luck, your luck will become even worse. If you don't believe me, you can check it like this. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately activated luck inspection goo. His vision immediately changed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun only had a small portion of luck, no different from ordinary people. Chapter 624. This black luck was dark and gloomy, making people feel oppressed. It was in the shape of a coffin, firmly enveloping Fang Yuan within it. At some point, Fang Yuan's black death luck had become even larger and denser. Looking into the distance, several li away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were fighting fiercely. The luck of both sides was very clear. Above He Lulan's head was still the green cloud luck, continuous and continuous, like a huge green pillar. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the luck was much less than before, not even 1/6 of the original. Moreover, it was no longer a bright red cloud, but a gloomy dusk, almost like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan turned his gaze back, looking above his head, and started experimenting according to Mo Yao's instructions. The result was just as Mo Yao had said. Every time he had a thought of harming Ma Hongyun, his black coffin luck would expand a little, and its color seemed to become even darker. Fang Yuan, I advise you to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Your black coffin luck is too dense, it's frighteningly dark. The danger is right in front of you. Don't think that luck is illusory, think about how the giant sun Immortal dominated the world. You are in deep danger now, it's as dangerous as a pile of eggs. The black coffin luck hasn't acted up yet. It's not that you won't get your retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Mo Yao repeatedly advised in Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his willpower as strong as steel. You want me to retreat? Would he be frightened by mere bad luck? Hee, how is that possible? His eyes squinted into slits, and under the shade of the tree crown, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if it's the worst luck, it won't directly attack me. It has to rely on external objects to kill me. At this moment, at this place, I want to see. Who can stop me? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart, unceasing. He believed in the power of luck, but he believed in himself even more. He wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. I have to give it a try. If he were to shrink back just because of luck, would that be Fang Yuan's style? Ordinary people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, but he wouldn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin. Are you crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Mo Yao screamed. Precisely because he is so strong, it is more interesting to challenge him, isn't it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was no longer Chang Shan-yin with short hair. Instead, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his brows were filled with wildness. He never minded bullying the weak, but he also had the courage to fight the strong. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If not now, then when? The floating sea is teased by fate. Shun the waves and follow the stream as cowardly as a worm. A true man, Mo Taizong. Even if my body shatters, I will not regret the pain. Fang Yuan softly chanted. His previous craziness was completely restrained, and his face was as calm as water. Crazy, crazy. In his mind, Mo Yao kept muttering. At this moment, the killing intent in Fang Yuan's heart reached its peak. The black coffin's fate above his head also began to expand at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by 3 times. I want to see who can save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo. Let me see your prowess as well. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. Bam! With a loud sound, the majestic air currents formed into a gale, suddenly pressing towards them from afar. He Lulan flew up, while Tai Bai Yunsheng crawled out of the deep pit with blood flowing out of his mouth. He looked at He Lulan, who was floating in the air, with a shocked expression. "You are actually..." Before he finished speaking, He Lulan pounced down again. Bam! With a loud sound, the ground shook and dust rose. 10 Extreme Physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered in place of Tai Bai Yunsheng. To think that He Lulan actually had one of the 10 extreme physiques. It seemed that it was the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. After a few breaths of time, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Tai Bai Yunsheng. His hair was messy, his face was covered in dust, and his chest was caved in, revealing his pale white bones. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. But soon, his body shone with green light, and the blood stopped flowing. The heavy injuries on his body were quickly recovering. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had exchanged information. They knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng had 2 immortal gu, landscape as before and man as before. But evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was not using the immortal gu man as before, but an ordinary healing gu. Man as before immortal gu needed green grape immortal essence to activate. It had great effects, but green grape immortal essence was not easy to accumulate. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, gu immortals would not easily use immortal gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are a grand gu immortal. Why are you afraid of a mortal like me? A loud roar shook heaven and earth. He Lulan also flew into the sky, chasing after Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such dense aura of the 10 extreme physiques, terrifying. He Lulan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, she is also on the verge of self-detonation. This time, Fang Yuan obtained even more information. Back then, Fang Yuan relied on Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul physique to fight stronger enemies on Qing Mao Mountain and overturn the situation. At that time, Bai Ningbing was only rank 3. The higher the cultivation level of the 10 extreme physiques, the stronger the power of self-detonation. Once the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan self-detonates, the power would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for her to kill a gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mouth was filled with bitterness. He had no battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's aura was sealed by immortal gu dark limit's power, not leaking out at all. Now that the seal was removed, the majestic aura made people involuntarily feel fear. He was now a human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to get close to him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yunsheng had just become an gu immortal. If he was dragged down by this fugitive He Lulan, wouldn't that be too unjust? To think that He Lulan actually has the great strength true martial physique of one of the 10 extreme physiques. He could actually grow to such a stage. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew with all his might. His speed was astonishing. He was a flying master. The cloud path gu worms he used were good movement gu. He Lulan chased after him, but helplessly watched as the distance between them grew further and further. Boom! He Lulan was enraged. Suddenly he punched. The power of this punch was astonishing, and it directly caused a sonic boom, shattering the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi flew out, quickly turning into a strength path phantom. When Fang Yuan had fought in Southern Border, he had created many beast phantoms. But He Lulan's phantom was not in the shape of a beast, it was in the shape of a human. Moreover, this human phantom was lifelike, exactly the same as He Lulan. Their bodies were swollen, resembling violent bears. A mouthful of jagged, snow-white teeth, like daggers and sharp swords. Their triangular eyes shone with the malevolent light. This was simply a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast phantoms I created in Southern Border, I am afraid they are not the human phantoms match. I'm afraid they are not the human phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary eyesight. He could tell at one glance that this human phantom had extremely strong battle strength. Once it was used, it could automatically chase after the enemy. It had intelligence. This was the rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. The strength of an attack. It was simply terrifying. Fang Yuan could not estimate how strong this force was in a short period of time, unless he personally fought and experienced it. But he was certain, Such terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. It could be said that He Lulan was a monster who was half a step into Gu immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques were existences that broke the rules, they were existences that broke ranks. On Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physiques to successfully get through the crisis. But this time, the 10 extreme physiques stood on the opposite side of him. If not for a Gu master becoming an immortal, my defense would have increased qualitatively, otherwise Tai Bai Yunxing would be in even more danger. Tai Bai Yunxing has just advanced to Gu immortal, he has not accumulated the foundation of a Gu immortal yet. Moreover, he is only a healing Gu master, but he encountered a fierce and tyrannical battle expert like He Lulan. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of Gu immortals over mortals is that they have unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's true main cultivation path is Strength Path. Strength Path is the least reliant on primeval essence among all paths, and consumes the least primeval essence. Thus, this advantage is almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move. He actually took a different path and can create such slow and lifelike human phantoms. In a short period of time, he had already created 5 to 6 human phantoms. These phantoms are extraordinary, they are full of intelligence and can actually outflank and obstruct Tai Bai Yunxing's movement. This is simply unimaginable. It was not strange to create human phantoms. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human phantoms. And these human phantoms all had astonishing battle strength. Strength superimposed on intelligence, the power made even Fang Yuan shocked. No wonder in my previous life, He Lulan suddenly died. So he had the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan realized. Although he had been reborn, he did not know everything. But now, his plans were disrupted by this accident. Damn it. Fang Yuan could not help but tightly clench the glass owner token in his hand. According to his original plan, he wanted to follow Giant Sun's will's train of thought and use false emotion fake Will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. To do this, he needed to subdue false emotion fake Will Gu. But false emotion fake Will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and the Gu contained Giant Sun's will. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only a Gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thus, Fang Yuan used his glib tongue and deceived Tai Bai Yunxing into becoming his ally, wanting to use his will to cooperate with him in refining false emotion fake Will Gu. But when he returned to True Yang Building, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, and were recognized by Frost Jade Peacock. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was 2 Gu master lovers who truly loved each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a girl and had not started her cultivation path yet. She could actually be recognized as a master. From this, it could be seen that the Gu master condition was only referring to aptitude. As long as there was a possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could be recognized. Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal in his previous life, so she naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This was not worth fussing over. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, he had 2 things to do. The first was to obtain false emotion fake Will Gu. It was with He Lulan, so Fang Yuan handed this matter to Tai Bai Yunxing. The second was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to being ownerless. After doing these 2 things, Tai Bai Yunxing would help Fang Yuan refine false emotion fake Will Gu, and he would be able to control the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returned, Fang Yuan would have the ability to contend against it. Chapter 625. He Lulan exposed her true trump card. The 10 extreme physique that was on the verge of self-detonation had shocking battle strength. She actually suppressed the Grand Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing and chased after him. This situation was surprising, but after thinking about it, it was not surprising. If I can't defeat He Lulan, I can't take the false emotion fake Will Gu. Without false emotion fake will goo, how can I subdue the land spirit? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? I was just about to attack when such an accident happened. Fang Yuan looked at Ma Hongyun with a solemn expression. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He crossed his arms and stood on a tall branch, his lips curled into a cold smile. This is getting more interesting. Fortune rivaling heaven? Now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are entangled, if I insist on killing you, how can you resist? This time, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but directly manipulated the tree man. The few tree ants in the innermost layer raised their giant hammer-like hands high up in unison. Under Fang Yuan's control, they raised their fists and smashed down together. Bam! With a loud sound, Frost Jade Peacock cried out miserably. Its raised head also fell to the ground. The defensive barrier that it put up with all its strength was completely shattered, turning into specks of golden light that quickly dissipated. The final obstruction was also gone. The tree man who was closest to it took a big step and stretched out its sinister giant palm, grabbing towards Ma and Zhao Lianyun at a seemingly slow speed. Zhao Lianyun screamed in fear, while Ma Hongyun hugged him tightly with his back facing the tree man's palm. Die! Fang Yuan softly muttered. He completely ignored the black coffin luck that was rapidly expanding above his head. The tree man completely opened its palm. A huge shadow firmly enveloped Ma and Zhao Lianyun. With just a light pinch, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But right at this moment, the 88-point Xinyang Tower suddenly shook intensely. The world shook. You scoundrel! How dare you expel me? Die! An extremely loud and clear voice suddenly burst out, piercing through heaven and earth, causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to hurt slightly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in surprise. He shouted, "It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor wasn't killed. He's back." He Lulan also looked pleasantly surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. Once giant suns will returned, 88-point Xinyang Tower would display the true power of a rank 8 immortal goo house. It could trap goo immortals to death. This was not a joke. Impossible. Even if I had spent a lot of time in Hu immortal blessed land, I would not have been able to defeat him. But a quarter of an hour is far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He was extremely shocked. He quickly used the glazed abode master token to check on the situation. Outside the 88-point Xinyang Tower, there were layers upon layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the incomparably large giant sun's will. It was still roaring and roaring, while resisting the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while exerting pressure in an attempt to enter True Yang Tower. The giant sun's will outside did not come in. What is going on with the giant sun's will inside? Where did it come from? Fang Yuan was extremely puzzled. But this giant sun's will that suddenly appeared did not give him any time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those that were running helped Tai Bai Yunsheng attack. The tree ants surrounding Ma Hongyun all stopped moving, as if they were stone statues. Fang Yuan's face was flushed red. The glazed abode master token in his hand was burning like fire. Cracks rapidly appeared on the glazed abode master token. In an instant, the glazed abode master token was on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was sweeping through the central continent goo immortals arrangements with the momentum of a tornado. The third method that the central continent goo immortals set up was extremely secretive. Even giant suns will could not easily discover it. But now that Fang Yuan had activated the third method, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by giant suns will that suddenly appeared. Once the glazed abode master token completely shattered, the third method would lose its effect, and giant suns will would be able to freely enter and exit True Yang Tower. At that time, even if giant suns will did not use 88-point Xinyang Tower, he could easily kill Fang Yuan with his own strength. An unprecedented crisis suddenly descended. Don't tell me, I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. It is not a last resort. I want to stake it all, I can still stake it all. Fang Yuan roared. He roused his thoughts and poured them into the glazed abode master token. But at the next moment, through the glazed abode master token, his thoughts fiercely collided with Giant Sun's will that suddenly appeared. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The thoughts he poured into the glazed abode master token were completely destroyed. His head was in intense pain. It felt like it was about to split open. Even his mind was affected. Mo Yao's will screamed continuously inside. Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision blurred. He could not stand properly. He only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time before falling down from a tall tree branch. Strong winds blew. The 3 tree men closest to him suddenly stretched out their giant hands made of branches and leaves. They grabbed towards Fang Yuan with malicious intent. Fang Yuan had lost the competition. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round. These tree men had become Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Taking advantage of this change, Ma and Zhao managed to escape this crisis. Driven by their desire to survive, they started to flee blindly under the messy tree roots. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan barely managed to wake up. He gave a light shout, pouring his primeval essence into his goo worm. He activated his strength and punched towards the approaching giant tree leaf hands. Fists and legs collided. Boom boom boom. With 3 explosions, he directly shattered the hands. He adjusted his posture in the air and staggered towards the ground. The aftereffects of fighting Giant Sun's will were still present. His ears were filled with a loud buzzing noise. He had almost lost his hearing. But Fang Yuan did not feel any regret. Instead, he grinned and laughed loudly. Awesome! The clash of wills just now was without any tricks. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to successfully protect the glass owner token, he even discovered the weakness of Giant Sun's will. The mysterious will that had just emerged was terrifying. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It did not seem to have expected Fang Yuan to make such a decision. This will was divided into 3 parts. The majority of the will was entangled with the third method. A small portion was busy fighting for control of this round, and a small portion competed with Fang Yuan using the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's will destroyed the victorious Giant Sun's will. At the same time, he used the third method and fought until his own will was completely destroyed, finally successfully trapping the majority of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will. Only a small portion was left, controlling the round. Giant Sun's will was enraged. He did not expect that a small mortal would actually have the guts to directly clash with his will. Even more so, he did not expect that this mortal's mind would actually store so many wills. This was all thanks to Mo Yao. To deal with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. Just in case, he had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. There were intentional, playful, deliberate, intentional, attentive, etc. There were many types. Giant Sun's will had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's military strength and was extremely anxious. He was busy trying to save the situation, resulting in Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was completely caught unprepared. Thief, I will turn your bones into ashes. Giant Sun's will was enraged, continuously commanding the tree man to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, doing his best to heal and recover. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches and limbs were destroyed, they would not die. They wouldn't die either, and their life force was very long. Rather than fighting head-on, he would use brute force. This was definitely not a good idea. While dodging, Fang Yuan's injuries quickly recovered. He quickly discovered that the tree man was not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yunxing and Ma Hongyun. More accurately, it was Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Under the pursuit of the tree man, Ma and Zhao Lianyun were fleeing with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. They were panicking and did not care about where they were going, gradually getting closer to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Fang Yuan and shouted for help. Truly naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly and immediately went to help. Both parties quickly approached each other. Fang Yuan shouted, Giant Sun's will wants to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come to my side. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun, who was running, expressed hesitation and hesitation. But the situation forced them. Only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were already unable to hold on any longer. They would definitely be smacked to death by the tree man, but if they went to Fang Yuan's side, they might still have a chance to live. Save, I have to save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan almost thought he had heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is an enormous special will. He is extremely clear of the power of fortune rivaling heaven gu. He does not want to deal with Ma Hong Yun. But when he was first created, his main body had set a specific action. That is, if he sees an otherworldly demon, he must exterminate it. Otherworldly demon, don't say you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, he will be the best weapon to deal with Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely become enemies with Giant Sun's will. At that time, Giant Sun's will be tortured by fortune rivaling heaven gu. Mo Yao's words caused Fang Yuan to be greatly moved. For a moment, his hidden killing intent towards Ma Hongyun also abruptly diminished. Wait a moment. Ma and Zhao are in danger. They might be trampled to death by the tree man at any moment, or even crushed to pieces. If I make a move now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan was stunned when he thought of this. Although Ma Hongyun was only rank 3, he was too difficult to kill. The first time Fang Yuan made a move, He Lulan revealed her trump card, becoming one of the 10 extremities, and chased after Tai by Yunxing. The second time he made a move, Giant Sun's will appeared out of nowhere, heavily injuring Fang Yuan. Even now, his ears were still buzzing, his mind had been reduced by 30%. Although he managed to protect the glass owner token and harm Giant Sun's will, he also lost control of this round. Now, the third time Fang Yuan made a move, it was actually Mo Yao who came to persuade him. But the persuasion was so reasonable. Even Fang Yuan himself could not help but be moved. Because earlier, Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun to make the land spirit recognize him as its master again. But now, He Lulan erupted with her true battle strength, protecting the false emotion fake will gu. Fang Yuan did not have the false emotion fake will gu. Why did he still want to kill Ma and Zhao? Chapter 626. Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. Fang Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster. This was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save, quickly save him. Logic also told Fang Yuan, if he saved Ma Hongyun, he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But, at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot stop me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice, his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout, seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Fang Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding, challenge, and stubbornness. The fire burned Fang Yuan's eyes red. The blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Let me send you on your way. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. Like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He directly broke the giant tree man in front of him, and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Aya! Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Fang Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents. But he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, it only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sun's will did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them. Then kill Zhao Lianyun. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Fang Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Fang Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sun's will had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak Blessed Land's land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Wugu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the Blessed Land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyun, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Wugu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Fang Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Damn it! This feeling again. It is always at the crucial moment, at the crucial place. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to forcefully break through. Bam bam bam. With a thunderous collision, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was ferocious as he directly broke through the tree man's defense. The whole process only took less than 10 breaths of time. But at the same time, Fang Yuan also paid a disastrous price. On his body, there were 3 large wounds, one on his chest, one on his back, and one on his back, forming a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist on his stomach. His right forearm was severely fractured, and his left leg was twisted at a strange angle, directly twisted to the side by the huge force. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed wildly. He could not use his arms and legs for the moment, but he still had movement goo, he could still fly. He rapidly flew towards Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The view before him was completely flat. Ma Hongyun bent his back, tightly hugging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. Outside, there were tree vines that coiled around him like pythons. These tree vines wanted to separate the two, but did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. The tree vines competed with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was naturally inferior, seeing that he and Zhao Lianyun were being forcefully separated. He bit his lips and stared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. No! He screamed in a low voice, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that his lover was about to die in front of him, he was filled with pain and despair, like a wild beast that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Quickly save him, now is the best opportunity to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely be grateful to you, and you will be able to borrow his heaven's equal fortune. Why did Giant Sun's will not kill Ma Hongyun? It is because he wants to borrow his luck. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted again, trying to dissuade Fang Yuan. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan's reply was filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. With success at hand, he instead calmed down. His face was expressionless, no longer showing any malevolence. Kill! With Ma and Zhao Lianyun in his attack range, Fang Yuan immediately unleashed a fatal strike. This strike was earth-shattering, causing the atmosphere in front of him to explode. The incomparably ferocious power was like an evil dragon rising to the heavens, overturning the seas and rivers, enveloping Ma and Zhao Lianyun. No! This time, it was Giant Sun's will who screamed in despair and helplessness. He immediately commanded the surrounding tree men to use their bodies to shield Ma and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, but quickly shifted. But Giant Sun's Will's heart was filled with despair. He knew that what he was doing was useless. Fang Yuan had been preparing this furious strike for a long time. How could it be so easily dodged? The tree man's body would be torn apart by this attack, and the tree vines would not be able to shift in time. In the end, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would be hit by the attack. They would be smashed into meat paste. Even if there were tens of thousands of tree men and the vast sea of trees, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was decisive. He brazenly burst out, breaking through the defense line, and successfully seized the crucial moment. The tree man's movement had always been slow, and the speed of its reinforcements was not outstanding. Ma Hongyun was dead for sure. At this moment, it was not only Fang Yuan. Even Giant Sun's Will thought the same. Not only them, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun also did not have any hope of escaping. All the factors that affected the situation seemed to have their own effects. Hei Lulan, Tai by Yunxing, 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun's Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. These people or things at this moment had done their best. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. A faint smile appeared on her face. What else can save Ma Hongyun? But at the next moment, boom! A loud sound rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. Ying! A threatening golden light illuminated the entire checkpoint. Could it be that Giant Sun's Will has once again entered the True Yang building? Fang Yuan's heart sank. But soon he found out that was not the case. Giant Sun's Will was still being beaten outside the tower. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had planned for so many years. The third method they had deliberately created could not be underestimated. If not for this, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would not have returned triumphantly and successfully toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. A huge golden light lump. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with lightning speed, instantly melting the surrounding tree man and protecting Ma and Zhao at the center. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? In his mind, Mo Yao was extremely shocked. He could not help but scream. What's going on? Isn't the supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain? Why did it suddenly charge into this checkpoint and fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? Fang Yuan was helpless. He could only stop moving forward. He had already experienced the power of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could come into contact with. But why was Ma Hongyun completely fine when he was in the ball of light? At once, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a huge sense of dejection in his heart. He used all his battle strength to attempt to kill Ma Hongyun for the third time. Even though he saw hope a moment ago and success was at hand, he still failed in the end. Why would the supreme true inheritance fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? This is impossible. In his mind, Mo Yao completely lost her composure. She scratched her head with her hands. Her long hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. It was no wonder she was acting like this. Her main body had worked hard and expended a lot of effort, but only managed to break a small crack in the luck path true inheritance. She even let fortune rivaling heaven Gu escape. In the end, she had no choice but to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. In the end, Calamity Beckoning Gu did not help her beloved Bo Qing. She and Bo Qing both died. At this moment, she saw the entire luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself into the arms of a rank 3 mortal. Even if you have fortune rivaling heaven, you can't do this, right? Why can't it be me? I worked so hard and paid such a huge price. Why can't it be me? But it had to be him. A mortal, a fool, a child. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He tried to get rid of his irrelevant emotions, thinking hard. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. It was extremely slippery. I understand now. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. He grasped this flash of inspiration. Everything that seemed impossible in front of him suddenly became clear. The supreme true inheritance took the initiative to acknowledge Ma Hongyun as its master and not anyone else. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It was the crystallization of his essence. To the remaining supreme true inheritances, it was their leader, an emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but at this time? The luck path supreme true inheritance originally existed in the true inheritance secluded domain. Why did it come here for no reason? These two questions actually pointed to one crucial factor. Chapter 627. In true inheritance secluded domain, no matter which true inheritance, they all had Giant Sun's will. Otherwise, how could the fated people who came here receive these true inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like challenging the trials in 88 True Yang building. Every round, if there was a Gu worm as a reward, these Gu worms were refined by Giant Sun's will earlier. The Gu masters successfully passed the rounds and obtained these Gu worms. The reason why they could instantly refine these Gu worms and keep them in the aperture was because Giant Sun's will inside the Gu worms took the initiative to give way. According to this logic, any Gu master who was willing to give their Gu worms to others could create the phenomenon of instant refinement. Previously, when Giant Sun's will was asleep, it caused the wild Gu worm refinement to be slow. Fang Yuan had used this loophole to curry favor with True Yang building. Every true inheritance was controlled by Giant Sun's will. The luck path true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier because of this. Now that the true inheritance was in Ma Hongyun's hands, it recognized itself as its master. This was not what Giant Sun's will wanted. Giant Sun's will wanted nothing more than to control Ma Hongyun. How could he allow it to grow and become harder to control? Thus, the truth was revealed. The luck path true inheritance did not have a trace of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will took the initiative to leave, causing this supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Next, relying on the newly formed wild will, it submitted to Ma Hongyun. This created another problem. Why did Giant Sun's will suddenly leave for no reason? Fang Yuan thought of the second time he attacked, when he wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Giant Sun's will appeared out of nowhere. At this point, all the fog disappeared like smoke in thin air. Fang Yuan used his third method to expel Giant Sun's will from True Yang building. Next, he entered True Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing to save Dang Hun Mountain. After that, he returned and attempted to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second time he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will that appeared out of nowhere. At that time, Fang Yuan was extremely puzzled. But now, he understood. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was drawn out from those true inheritances. Giant Sun's will was also anxious. In order to turn the tide, he used this move. He had almost turned the tide with this move, but unfortunately for him, Fang Yuan was too decisive in his attacks and directly confronted him fiercely. In the end, only a small portion of Giant Sun's will, which was forcefully extracted, was left to control this checkpoint. In that case, this Luck Dao Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun in time because of me? If I didn't pull out Giant Sun's will and send it outside the pagoda. If I did not brazenly clash with Giant Sun's will, how could there be such a scene now? Who would have thought that I would be stopped by myself on my third attempt? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan let out a long sigh, and the killing intent in his heart towards Ma Hongyun completely dissipated. The current Ma Hongyun. He was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, Fang Yuan wanted to break through this line of defense. It was impossible. Sai, I told you to save him, but you didn't listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down inside. Her tone was filled with resentment. If you had saved them and obtained Ma Hongyun's recognition, you would be like Zhao Lianyun, protected by the luck path true inheritance. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. Like a child, it does not have any internal defenses. Inside the luck path true inheritance, you can casually understand the true inheritance's contents. This is a supreme fortune, But you gave it up just like that? Helping Ma Hongyun would benefit. Dealing with Ma Hongyun, the benefit was the heavy injuries on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan sneered. Since he had done it, he did not have a trace of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries. At the same time, he said to Mo Yao, even if I cannot touch this luck path inheritance, do you think giant sons will sit and watch? This luck path true inheritance was one of the 3 supreme true inheritances in the true inheritance secret domain. How could giant sons will allow it to recognize him as its master like that? In giant son's will's heart, giving the luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun was not something he could not accept. But Ma Hongyun's heart belonged to the otherworldly demon. That was something he could not accept. Giant son's will was special. When his main body created it, he had given it the special meaning of, upon seeing otherworldly demons, he must use all his strength to kill them. Now that Zhao Lianyun was being protected by the luck path true inheritance, if giant son's will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he had to get rid of the luck path true inheritance. Thus, the entire forest was enraged. Countless tree men rose from the ground and surrounded the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men even started to tangle with each other. Tree man roots intertwined, tree vines intertwined, slowly forming giant tree men. Every one of them was over 100 meters tall. Their aura caused even Fang Yuan to feel apprehensive. Giant Sons Will used all his strength to kill Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan's retreat was rather smooth. Eliminating otherworldly demons was Giant Sons Will's first priority. Especially the appearance of the luck path true inheritance, it attracted even more hatred. Fang Yuan, the threat, was still behind in terms of ranking. Giant Sons Will also knew that he could not deal with Fang Yuan for the time being. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Giant Sons Will's strength was limited. He could only focus on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Soon, Fang Yuan got close to the battle between Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing was suppressed, but He Lulan was unable to obtain victory even if she wanted to. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu immortal and also a flying master. The former made him proficient in battles of attrition, while the latter made him slippery and hard to approach. The battle between the two was in a deadlock. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were astonishing. The aftershocks of their battle affected the surrounding trees, causing the surrounding several li to be filled with signs of trees falling. "Senior brother Tai Bai, I'm here to help you," Fang Yuan shouted. The word, senior brother, immediately angered He Lulan. He immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because among the 5 regions, the other 4 regions all relied on clan inheritances. Only Central Continent had a sect system. He Lulan's eyes were wide open in anger. He roared like a bear, as expected of scoundrels who had planned this for a long time. "You two really hid yourselves deeply. Now that you have come out to court death, then I will grant you your wish." Saying so, he fiercely punched at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fist chi surged out violently. They turned into human silhouettes in the air. They all had the appearance of He Lulan. The 4 fist shadows split into 2. One of them rushed towards Tai Bai Yunxing, while the other 3 concentrated on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal, while Tai Bai Yunxing was a Gu immortal. But avoiding the strong and attacking the weak was the most common tactic. One of the 3 human silhouettes killed Fang Yuan, while the other prevented Tai Bai Yunxing from going to help. "Retreat." Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. He quickly warned. He was very clear about the power of this strength path killer move. When he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had received many gifts from Fang Yuan, adding many defensive Gu to his body. But after fighting for so long, Tai Bai Yunxing did not have many defensive Gu worms left. He had sustained heavy injuries many times. It could be seen how powerful He Lulan's strength path killer move was. 3 human silhouettes. They rapidly approached with an imposing aura, causing intense winds to blow. Such a powerful killer move. Even Mo Yao's will in his mind gasped in admiration at this scene. "Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move." Fang Yuan grinned. He was not flustered. Instead, he was filled with battle intent, eager to fight. I will not use four-arm Earth King, of course, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move. Saying so, he paused for a moment. Before shouting, "Come, six-arm heavenly zombie king." Bam! A formless aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure filled the surrounding tens of li. Intense pain came, like waves crashing into one's heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt endless pleasure from it. His body expanded, his skin lost its luster and moisture, rapidly turning black. His defense rose sharply. In a short moment he turned into a 6-meter-tall giant. 6 thick monstrous arms grew out of his back. The fingers were thick and sinister, each with their own unique characteristics, making people's hearts palpitate. The 3 human silhouettes charged towards Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, facing them without fear. Punches and kicks collided. It was a direct clash without any fancy moves. Bam bam bam. The muffled sounds of explosions that sounded like muffled thunder continued without end. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human silhouettes, they all had great momentum. Each attack could cause air to explode. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked back worriedly, but after a few breaths of time, his eyes slowly widened. Fang Yuan was just a mortal, but he could actually fight against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were evenly matched. But the 3 human silhouettes were intelligent. After not being able to take him down for a long time, they actually coordinated and attacked Fang Yuan from the front, top left, and bottom right respectively. Be careful. Tai Bai Yunsheng warned loudly. He had suffered from similar situations before. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his heroic spirit. He activated his killer move. 6 monstrous arms grew. Including his original 2 arms, he had a total of 8 arms. The 8 arms rotated, fist shadows rained down like a storm, defending himself tightly. He completely blocked the attacks of the 3 human silhouettes from all directions. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it, this killer move. He Lulan's heart shook, her expression turning solemn. Sigh, half immortal battle strength, this is also a monster. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and sighed. He was surprised, but also not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was completely at ease. He quickly focused on dealing with the human silhouettes in front of him. He waved his sleeves, countless lights flew out from his sleeves. Sawtooth wind blades, blazing blade lights, azure water pythons, golden silk cage nets. Over 100 goo worms were activated by Tai Bai Yunsheng at the same time. They were multicolored, blossoming like fireworks. The human silhouettes were shrouded by the fireworks. Their speed slowed down. They immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's attacks followed closely behind, unceasing. The attacks were dazzling like fireworks. They were shot out one after another. The human silhouettes had extraordinary intelligence. They actually knew how to fly in curves, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yunsheng. But Tai Bai Yunsheng similarly retreated. His attacks did not show any signs of stopping. He was a goo immortal. He had almost endless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just advanced to goo immortal and did not have enough goo worms, he would not have enough. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of goo worms were activated together, the attacks would be even more terrifying. Although the human silhouettes could dodge most of the attacks, under the rain-like attacks, they were constantly being whittled down. The silhouettes were visibly turning dim and illusory. But He Lulan's goal had already been achieved. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have any strong offensive methods. He could only slowly whittle down the human silhouettes. He was old and shrewd, but had a cautious nature. He did not engage in fierce clashes. He could not provide effective support to Fang Yuan. This was due to his nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the, as before, time path inheritance out of the 3 immortal path inheritances. However, even though He Lulan achieved his original goal, he did not feel happy. Because he realized, Fang Yuan did not need any support. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were attacking each other. 6-arm heavenly zombie king's thick defense was truly shocking. Haha. Fang Yuan was getting fiercer as he fought. His fists and legs were moving faster and faster. In the end, when the fists met, they actually formed a pitch-black shadow screen. The three human silhouettes gradually lost their strength in the battle. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 human silhouettes could not hold on any longer. They were blown up by Fang Yuan, turning into traces of fist chi and dissipating. He Lulan's pupils shrunk, the battle intent in his heart surging like boiling water. Interesting. This killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But more importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His fist and leg technique is at master level. If it were someone else, they might not be able to display this killer move's power to such an extent. He Lulan licked his lips, his eyes shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The attack earlier was naturally not his full strength, it was only a probing attack. The battle with Tai Bai Yunxing made He Lulan feel extremely sullen. Because Tai Bai Yunxing's main focus was to escape, but He Lulan could not keep up, he had no way to use his strength. Now that a tough opponent like Fang Yuan had appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying the 3 human silhouettes, Fang Yuan did not rashly attack, he floated on the spot. Both sides were thousands of steps apart, their gazes colliding fiercely. "Stop fighting, come here and help." At this time, He Lulan suddenly heard Giant Sun's will's instruction. "But old ancestor..." He Lulan immediately hesitated, his battle intent becoming chaotic. Giant Sun Immortal had a very high status in his heart. This had nothing to do with his personality, it was the sense of honor that had been instilled in him since he was young. This had already become an important factor for He Lulan to affirm his own value. Don't care about them. Killing otherworldly demons and taking back the supreme luck path true inheritance is the most important thing. Giant Suns will spoke quickly, this is the only copy, this is the only luck path true inheritance left in this world. Even the longevity heaven did not leave behind any information on luck path. I am about to open the passage to the true inheritance secluded domain. Go and help push the luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already under Giant Sun's will's control, there were as many tree men as there was an ocean of them. However, even if Giant Sun's will had the ability to break the luck path true inheritance, he could not do this. Firstly, it would take too long and problems would arise. Chapter 628. Inside 88-point Xianxia Tower, the situation was constantly changing, rising and falling. The terrifying will left behind by the rank 9 immortal venerable Giant Sun who had once dominated the world and ruled over an era, specially used to control 88-point Xianxia Tower, the undisputed victor of this Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, the current generation tribe leader of the super tribe He tribe, who had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, He Lulan, the land spirit frost jade peacock who stood at the center of Northern Plains for countless years, but was sealed for 10,000 years. The living legend who used almost all of his life to roam Northern Plains and heal the injured, his benevolent name was widely spread, he had a Gu immortal inheritance, he became a rank 6 Gu immortal and possessed 2 mystical immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing, and the owner of rank 7 of the top 10 mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, and now the owner of Hu immortal blessed land, a mortal who possessed several immortal Gu, Owl Demon Gue Fang Yuan, who had been reborn after 500 years, favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He became a Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life, he inherited Fairy Giant Sun's inheritance, obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter, and became the great hero of Northern Plains. Who resisted Central Continent's invasion, recognized as an otherworldly demon, by Giant Sun's will, Fang Yuan became Ma Hongyun's wife in his previous life. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal who gave countless help to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun, also. The former rank 7 Gu immortal, refinement path grandmaster, 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The mysterious will left behind after the death of Mo Yao who schemed for 88-point Xianxia Tower. Each of these existences had their own thoughts, and each had their own goals. On the stage of this imperial court-blessed land that was on the verge of collapse, they clashed and competed intensely. They each had their own advantages and methods, as well as their own weaknesses and weaknesses. These were not outstanding geniuses, they were outstanding elites. They were not skilled in scheming. Working together meant that one's strength was immense, and one's luck was overwhelming. Under the stimulation of life and death, under the temptation of huge benefits, these existences did not give it their all. They used all of their methods, taking drastic measures, staking it all on one throw, or working together to create ingenious arrangements. Thus, the situation was sometimes clear. Sometimes, it was confusing. At this point, the competition between the various parties was still extremely chaotic. Only the Frost Jade Peacock would be eliminated first. The other people's every move would tilt the entire situation, so they couldn't be underestimated. It would greatly affect the final outcome. Now, the main body of Giant Sun's will was temporarily pulled out of the 88-point Xinyang Tower by Fang Yuan's trump card, and was struck by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will's strength was the strongest. On one hand, the main will was trying to return. On the other hand, he was risking his life to bring out the true inheritance's will clone, regaining control of the checkpoint. His priority was to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly became the owners of imperial court-blessed land. With the protection of the luck path true inheritance, his life was temporarily saved. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng formed a temporary alliance and had a tentative confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent surged. He was about to fight with Fang Yuan, but at this time, Giant Sun's will requested him to shift the battlefield to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the luck path true inheritance. He Lulan hesitated for a moment, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will. I will let you off for now. He stared at Fang Yuan fiercely, before flying away like lightning. Fang Yuan watched him leave. He floated in the air and did not pursue. Huff! Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air, and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Although he was a Gu immortal, he was only proficient in healing, and he lacked a large number of mortal Gu. His battle strength was inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. After a battle of attrition, he finally killed the human phantom that was pestering him. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the luck path true inheritance. Should we join in? In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This luck path true inheritance was the supreme inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal relied on it to dominate an era, becoming invincible in the world. To any Gu master, this luck path true inheritance was an incomparably huge temptation. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his left. Not far away from him, a whirlwind was gathering. Be careful. He Lulan's fist chi, even if it is scattered, it can still gather again. Tai Bai Yunsheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step and arrived in front of the whirlwind, smashing his fist down. But with a muffled sound, the fist chi was scattered again. More than half of the fist chi had dissipated, but the remaining fist chi was still persistently gathering. It was just that the amount left was too little, it could not take form. This strength path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Strength path phantoms were a long-range attacking method of strength path, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such an intelligent human strength phantom. This seemed to be an original creation. Even in the history of Gu masters that Fang Yuan knew of, there were no similar records. It could be called He Lulan Strength Path Phantom. Most importantly, this He Lulan Strength Path Phantom, even if it was scattered, could still gather again. This simply had the meaning of endless pestering. He Lulan definitely did not use his full strength. If he could erupt with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, then the remnant fist chi could gather again. The might would be terrifying. If he could summon 30 human strength phantoms, then this strength path killer move would definitely be on par with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. In his mind, Mo Yao's will evaluated with a heavy tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any recollection of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will shook his head. I am not a strength path gu immortal. This killer move is extremely related to soul path and chi path. The thought process is very unique and innovative. It is very different from the style of the ancient times. I guess it should have been researched in this era. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan, then perfected by Mo Yao. But there were so many geniuses in this world, they could be found everywhere. Fang Yuan was not the only one who could research a strength path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan was most proficient in blood path in his previous life. Strength path was only a secondary cultivation. Tree Man swarmed over, gathering into a green wave. A grand wave was created, attempting to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. It was like a huge golden egg, firmly protecting the two. Giant Sun's was cautious. He wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but he also needed to protect the one and only copy of Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. He Lulan had just arrived. He hurriedly transmitted, I will open the passage to true inheritance secluded domain now. Help me push forward the luck path true inheritance. He Lulan nodded. His majestic body shook as he punched with both fists, fist chi surging out. Bam bam bam, continuous muffled sounds resounded, the air surged, fist chi condensed into He Lulan's strength path phantoms one after another. 10, 20, 30, 40. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned pale, his eyes revealing intense wariness. 40 He Lulan's strength path phantoms pounced together. In a few blinks of an eye, they stood firmly around the luck path true inheritance. In the sky above the luck path true inheritance, a black crack suddenly appeared. Shortly after, the crack expanded, forming a huge circular passage. The passage was dark and deep, directly connecting to the true inheritance secluded domain. The strength path phantoms shouted together, stretching out their arms. They actually lifted Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree man also stretched out his huge claws, helping. Green python-like vines coiled over to help. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with dazzling light. The tree man melted like snow. The vines did not even last for 2 breaths of time before disappearing. The strength path phantoms continued to crumble, but soon after, they condensed again. He Lulan stood at the outer ring. He was the source of strength. It seemed to be endless. Large numbers of strength path phantoms surged forward one after another. They gushed out. Under his hard work, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from the circular passage above. Like a huge mouth, it attempted to swallow Giant Sun's true inheritance back into its stomach. They can actually form at the same time. So many strength path phantoms. What killer move is this? Tai Bai Yunxing cried out involuntarily when he saw this shocking scene from afar. Mo Yao's will was also in his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, your strength path killer move specializes in close combat. He Lulan's killer move is the exact opposite of yours. It specializes in long-range combat. This killer move is on par with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lulan's hands, the battle strength it can erupt with is several times greater than yours. He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, but Fang Yuan did not. In Legends, Gu masters with great strength true martial physique not only had great strength, they also had endless strength and never lacked stamina. At the same time, their healing and recovery abilities were extremely shocking. Any strength path killer move, in the hands of a great strength true martial physique, would display extraordinary battle strength. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing stood beside Fang Yuan, his eyes squinting as he watched He Lulan compete with Giant Sun's true inheritance. His tone was filled with regret as he continued, this is the supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will wants to bring it back into true inheritance secluded domain, but unfortunately He Lulan is there, we cannot touch it. In his words, there was already a hint of He Lulan cannot be contended against. This was not surprising. Tai Bai Yunxing's personality was like this. He would play it safe and not be radical. he would only risk his life if he was forced into a dead end. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, but laughed softly. What do we do? He answered his own question. Of course we go to True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tai Bai Yunxing was astonished. True Inheritance Secluded Domain? Mo Yao's will's body shook, he reacted and almost slapped his own thigh as he shouted in realization. Right, there are no traces of giant sun's will in True Inheritance Secluded Domain now. Those true inheritances have all become ownerless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained giant sun's will, thus he could only use the token in his hand to obtain the true inheritance. But now it was different, giant sun's will was completely drawn out. A wild young will was born in the true inheritance. As long as he controlled it properly, he could refine it on his own. But you don't have much time left, giant sun's main will outside the tower will return soon. This amount of time is probably only enough for you to take one true inheritance. Mo Yao's will reminded, Fang Yuan, which true inheritance should you take? You need to think about it clearly. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing had also thought through this. He asked another crucial question. This round is already under Giant Sun's will's control. How do we enter True Inheritance Secluded Domain? The moment he said this, Fang Yuan took out fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo had been given to Tai Bai Yunxing for safekeeping, thus he was not surprised. His gaze focused on Fang Yuan. If I remember correctly, although fixed immortal travel is good, it can only take one person, right? That's right. Fang Yuan nodded. So open your immortal aperture and let me enter. I will transmit the scenes of True Inheritance Secluded Domain to you through thoughts. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his forehead. I almost forgot, I am already a Goo Immortal. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals were also called Blessed Lands. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were all immortal apertures with vast space inside, like small worlds. Tai Bai Yunxing's Tai Bai Blessed Land was no exception. Immediately, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing and entered the immortal aperture, instilling the thoughts of True Inheritance Secluded Domain scenes. Tai Bai Yunxing activated fixed immortal travel goo. How could Giant Sun's will stop him? He could only let him enter True Inheritance Secluded Domain first. True Inheritance Secluded Domain was in chaos. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills. They were like headless flies, rampaging around. From time to time, they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache. Quickly make your choice, Fang Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fang Yuan, he did not have much time left. He could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fang Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear. When Fang Yuan entered True Inheritance Secluded Domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Xianxia Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Xianxia Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled. Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized. This is the best time to seize control of 88-point Xianxia Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's will was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Lianyun. He exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this. As long as he could take control of 88-point Xianxia Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, No matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 629. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing moved forward in the True Inheritance Secret Realm. The pitch-black True Inheritance Secret Realm no longer had its previous order and tranquility. It was all because Giant Sun's will had been drawn out, causing the tens of True Inheritances to become ownerless, and in a very short period of time, wild wills were born. These true techniques were like colorful meteors, flying at high speed in this dark space, interweaving with each other to form a huge net of light. Another true legacy suddenly rushed over from Fang Yuan's front left. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It emitted a dazzling silver light. It almost brushed past Fang Yuan. The brilliant silver light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing's faces. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with solemnity and nervousness. These true inheritances had extraordinary power. They all had their own mysteries. Almost all of the goo worms contained within were immortal goo. Neither Fang Yuan nor Tai by Yunxing could afford it. Especially now, the true inheritances were being led by new wild wills. Who knew when the power of immortal goo would erupt? It was completely unpredictable. Shuttling through this place was like dancing on a tightrope of death. The speed of these true disciples is getting faster and faster. Haven't you found the target yet? Tai by Yunxing shouted at Fang Yuan, but his voice was trembling. Soon, Fang Yuan replied. He also felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. Even though he was a flying master with superb skills, he still felt the pressure. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Not good, hide quickly. Mo Yao's will in Fang Yuan's mind hurriedly warned. Not far ahead, two true inheritances collided, and in the intense sound waves, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Before Tai by Yunxing could feel his heart ache, his face turned pale. The collision changed the original flight direction of the two inheritances, causing one of them to be bright yellow. Towards the two of them. At the crucial moment, Tai by Yunxing quickly activated all of his defensive goo worms, setting up over 100 defensive lines around Fang Yuan and himself. The true inheritors were ferociously charging over, crushing all the defensive lines with ease. However, during this slight delay, Tai by Yunxing managed to gain some crucial time. It allowed Fang Yuan and himself to have a time shift. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the eardrums of the two. The true inheritance meteor left behind a beautiful flame tail as it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 steps away from Fang Yuan and Zhang Xian. Most of my defensive goo worms have been destroyed. Tai by Yunxing's expression was miserable. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat. Tai by Yunxing wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan frowned. He had long understood Tai by Yunxing's temperament. The older a person was, the more timid they became. Tai by Yunxing lacked the adventurous spirit to fight. He could heal others, but life and death struggles were not his forte. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing words to rouse Tai by Yunxing's fighting spirit, Mo Yao's will suddenly screamed in his mind, "Look, it's above your heads. It's right above your heads. We found it." Fang Yuan's mind was roused as he looked up. Sure enough, he saw a supreme true inheritance flying slowly. The true inheritance light lump speed was not fast. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult. Its whole body silently emitted an orange-red light, giving people a warm feeling. The surrounding true inheritances. When it flew near, it would take the initiative to detour and change its direction. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He called out to Tai by Yunxing. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you, hold on. Yi Luisang's eyes were red. He shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Luisang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal goo. The golden horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Luisang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Yi Luisang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai by Yunsheng ascended to Gu Immortal, then Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc, and finally, 88-point Xianxia Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Luisang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ming Jie, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains Gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank Gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Sons will took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Luisang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard round. When Feng Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sons will out of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Without Giant Sons will controlling the round, large numbers of golden horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Luisang and the others. Outside 88-point Xianxia Tower, the golden sand-like Giant Sons will wrapped around the tower like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 True Yang building and Giant Sons will within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into Giant Sons will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Giant Sons will roared in anger. From this ruthless attack, large numbers of Giant Sons wills were destroyed. On the golden sand-like armor, a huge wound was revealed. This Snow War Tribulation Lightning had unparalleled power. It was extraordinary. Gu Immortals saw it and their expressions changed. This was one of the publicly recognized 10 great catastrophes. Just this attack alone destroyed an unknown number of Giant Sons wills. But Giant Sons will was ultimately left behind by an immortal venerable. Its foundation was extremely strong. On the golden sand-like armor, the wound was quickly mended and healed. Just that, other than the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, there were still flying needles, explosive hailstones, heartless wind sides, etc. These changes. Originally, there were none. When Tai by Yunsheng ascended, he left behind the heavenly calamity chaotic lightning ball, the earthly calamity shackling smoke signal, and the 10-year blizzard calamity. The heavenly calamity and earthly calamity continued to pour down, as though it carried the majestic anger of the world. Giant Sons will resisted with all his might. The losses were heavy. In just half a minute, I will be able to break through the obstruction and enter 88-point Xianxia Tower again. To actually dare to chase me out of the tower and lock me outside. I will peel off your skin and bones, grind your bones into ashes, and make you wish you were dead. Giant Sons will thought of Feng Yuan. He had already escaped from his anger. Inside 88-point Xianxia Tower, there was still a small portion of Giant Sons will. Right now, it was controlling the Tree Man round, wholeheartedly activating Tree Man, trying to push Giant Sons' inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. Be gentle, don't be too rough. This is the only copy in the world. Giant Sons will continue to take care of He Lulan. He Lulan was extremely angry, but she could only be gentle. Giant Sun Immortal only left behind one luck path true inheritance. If it was destroyed, it could no longer be restored. Precisely because of this, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive for now. The two of them hugged each other tightly, helplessly looking at the huge light ball of the luck path true inheritance being pushed into the circular passage above their heads. Even though in Fang Yuan's previous life, they were both famous people. They had both become Gu Immortals. But right now, they were too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu Master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started on her cultivation path. Tai Bai Yunxing and that Chang Shan Yin have disappeared. They have all disappeared. He Lulan could not help but remind them as they were about to succeed. Ever since Fang Yuan disappeared, he had been feeling uneasy. No need to care about them. In a while, my main bodies will return. At that time, even if 2 or 3 more Gu Immortals come, they will not be able to do anything. Now, send the luck path true inheritance into true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and have no substance. Only there can truly imprison these Gu worms. Giant Sun's Will's voice resounded in He Lulan's ears. He Lulan nodded, giving a low shout and exerting strength. At once, 50 strength path phantoms appeared. These strength path phantoms had extraordinary intelligence. They all pounced towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light of the true inheritance, they pushed it up together. The luck path true inheritance was finally pushed into true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The passageway closed. Success! Giant Suns will let out a breath of turbid air. Almost at the same time, the majestic main bodies will also charged in from outside the tower. Giant Sun's Will, who was in charge of the Tree Man round, returned. The two fused into one, immediately sharing their memories. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main bodies will roared with a vengeance. Greetings to Ancestor. He Lulan bowed deeply, showing a joyful expression. The main bodies was like a small sun, shining over 10,000 li with awe-inspiring might. It could be said that He Lulan had helped Giant Sun's Will a lot. Giant Sun's Will was just about to praise him, when he suddenly shouted in anger, "You are courting death. You actually want to refine my 88-point Xinyang Tower." In true Yang secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stretched out their palms, pressing on the true inheritance light lump. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Quick, just a little more and we will succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's Will shouted anxiously. Chapter 630. In true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on the left and right, their 4 palms tightly grasping the supreme true inheritance. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's Will, along with the fact that Giant Sun's Will had been drawn out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were able to come into contact with the true inheritance. The most crucial point was that there was no primeval energy in true inheritance secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could directly absorb the primeval energy in the surrounding air and activate themselves. Without primeval energy, most wild Gu would lose their power. This was also one of the reasons why Giant Sun's Will wanted to push Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. The original supreme true inheritance was emitting a warm orange-red light. Right now, in Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's hands, there were 3 colors. Silver-white occupied the main body. It was refined by Tai Bai Yunxing using a Gu Immortal's Will. The second color was Fang Yuan's gray. The third color was Mo Yao's black. Silver-white was the most common, followed by gray and black. 88-point Xinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It had an extremely large number of Gu worms. Fang Yuan and the rest had no choice but to go all out to refine 88-point Xinyang Tower as soon as possible. It could be said, be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they had given it their all. Just a bit more, put in more effort. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted anxiously. Giant Sun's Will returned to True Yang Building. Its angry roar was heard by the 3. The adult-sized ball of light only had a trace of orange-red color left. As long as this color corrosion was engulfed, 88-point Xianyang Tower would have a new owner. The battle situation would greatly lean towards Fang Yuan's side. But at the last moment, Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. The will left behind by an immortal venerable was truly extraordinary. Together with this will, it was the owner of 88-point Xianyang Tower to begin with. In an instant, the last trace of orange was replaced by a dazzling golden light. Seeing this color, Fang Yuan and the others' hearts sank. This meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the last bit of space. Youngsters, you guys are really audacious. How dare you set your sights on the 88-point Xianyang Tower? I will make you pay the heaviest price in the world. From the ball of light in his hand, the roar of Giant Sun's will resounded. Quick, Giant Sun's will is only a sliver. Let's do our best and attack together. We must exterminate him. Fang Yuan roared. Tai Bai Yunxing was sweating profusely. There was no need for anyone to remind him, he already knew what was most important at hand. The two of them shouted and exerted their strength at the same time, stirring up the army of thoughts. They launched a fierce charge towards the last shred of ground. Giant Sun's will's roar came to an abrupt stop, as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest. Although his main body was huge, he had only refined a sliver of the true inheritance, and the ground he occupied was too little. Even with the vast and majestic military strength, it far surpassed the Will Alliance army of Fang Yuan and the rest. But without a spacious area to spread out the military strength, the battle strength they could display was not even a 10,000th of the main body. The newly born wild will in the supreme true inheritance had already been completely destroyed. The true inheritance light orb was quiet. It became a battlefield for Fang Yuan and the rest to fight against Giant Sun's will. A contest of wills. They had their own mystical skills. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they were not true soul path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be said to have only learned it recently, while Tai Bai Yunxing was even more of a novice, and could only rely on his instincts to activate his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal's soul path attainment, it was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, the enemy was only using the special will he had left behind. Thus, the battle of wills was not fancy at all. The moment the battle started, it was a head-on clash, a clash of blood and iron. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan and the rest had suffered heavy losses in their wills. Giant Sun's will's camp was small, not even 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it did not budge. Giant Sun's main body's will was vast and majestic, and his military strength was endless. Every bit he lost, he would immediately replenish it. In contrast, Fang Yuan and the rest, although they had the advantage of having a spacious camp, their military strength was low, and soon they were unable to continue. Oh no! We cannot get rid of Giant Sun's will, the situation is over. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was deathly pale. The combined attack just now was their most powerful method, but it had no effect. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest lacked backup, and after enduring the most intense attack, it started to expand. On the true inheritance light lump, the golden color was expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan and the rest stared with wide eyes, staring at it. They used all their strength, but could only slow down the expansion speed of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was too terrifying. Even though he had been ambushed time and time again, a large portion of his will had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside True Yang building. But the remaining portion, to Fang Yuan and the rest, was still as large as a mountain. This was the huge difference in strength, like a chasm between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Bai Yunxing's tone was heavy. This is only a portion of the will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. It is hard to imagine how powerful was the Immortal Venerable when he was still alive. Damn it, there is only one last step left. Mo Yao's will hugged her head, her voice was mixed with sobs, she was extremely regretful. If we were a step earlier with just 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy, he clenched his teeth. He did not give up and said fiercely, Based on the current situation, we will not be able to obtain 88-point Xianxia Tower. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will, and will be swallowed by him sooner or later. But we have not lost yet. Don't forget, there is still the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside True Yang Building. You are saying? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He instantly lost his voice. His temperament was weak, but he was not stupid. After being reminded by Fang Yuan, he immediately understood. That's right, if I cannot obtain it, others can forget about obtaining it. Since we cannot obtain 88-point Xianxia Tower, we might as well destroy it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. His tone was ice cold, causing people to shiver. This is 88-point Xianxia Tower. Mo Yao shouted, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker. She had to admit, this was the best way to get out of this predicament. Giant Sun's will had finally killed his way into True Inheritance secret domain. You two little things, you actually dare to force me to this extent. Two scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end. You have committed heinous crimes. Death is letting you off lightly. I will let you live a life worse than death. I will tear open your flesh, pull out your tendons, and let you bleed. I'm going to roast your souls in flames and let you taste endless pain at all times. The golden sand-like will roared like the sea, creating huge waves. He had been schemed against by Fang Yuan time and time again, and was bombarded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Giant Sun's will's anger had already reached its peak. He swore to exterminate the culprit Fang Yuan. Compared to the golden waves, Fang Yuan and the others were as tiny as ants. The flying True Inheritances were engulfed by the golden waves, causing waves to explode, but they soon disappeared. Giant Sun's will controlled these True Inheritances. They were once again in his hands. But most goo worms needed primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated. Giant Sun's will alone could not use them. Right now, the majority of 88-point Xianxia Tower was controlled by Fang Yuan and the others. As long as Giant Sun's will was not allowed to obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Let's begin. Fang Yuan shouted, his eyes shining with brilliance. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach dispelled Tai Bai Yunxing's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's war chariot. He could only bite the bullet and follow. 88-point Xianxia Tower was originally shining brightly. But as Fang Yuan and the others moved, the light quickly dimmed until it disappeared. The golden sea of fury suddenly stopped. The next moment, Giant Sun's will furiously roared, "Bastards! You actually stopped 88-point Xianxia Tower's operation, you damnable group of despicable and shameless scoundrels." Earlier, 88-point Xianxia Tower, although it had a new wild will, it was too young and was still operating according to its inertia. But now, Fang Yuan and the others had refined most of True Yang Tower and purposely stopped it from operating. No matter how strong a fortress was, it could not resist the collapse of its interior. Although 88-point Xianxia Tower did not collapse, it had stopped operating, only its shape was left. It no longer had any power. Without power, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan and the others could ignore 88-point Xianxia Tower. In any case, if the situation continued, they would not be able to obtain 88-point Xianxia Tower. But Giant Sun's will could not ignore it. This was an inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. For the benefit of his descendants, he had to have this item. Giant Sun's will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable's main body to manage 88-point Xianxia Tower. How could he watch as True Yang Tower was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sand-like sea of will abruptly retreated. The vast Giant Sun's will was like seawater, gushing out of the tower and forming a golden armor-like defense. To protect the fragile 88-point Xianxia Tower, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to endure the destructive bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again. But it did not completely retreat. It still left behind a will that surged like a river, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic raging sea earlier, Although this will was strong, he could barely deal with it. Fang Yuan barely managed to free one hand and took out a goo from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Fang Yuan willed and casually tossed it. Flying Bear Phantom Goo flew forward and blossomed with a magnificent white light. After the white light dissipated, a huge flying bear protected Fang Yuan and the others, blocking the river of will. Damn it, it is Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Giant Suns will cursed fiercely. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was rather special. Although it was an immortal goo, it could be activated with just a thought, without the need for immortal essence. It was difficult to refine and difficult to feed. It had to consume the fresh flesh of a desolate beast flying bear every time. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land and could communicate with jewel yellow skies, thus he could feed this immortal goo. Even so, he had to pay a huge price. Chapter 631. Although the flying bear illusion's battle strength was not as terrifying as a real flying bear, it definitely had the battle strength of a half-immortal. Most importantly, it looked huge and fat, but its movements were extremely fast and agile. Giant Sun's river of will twisted left and right, attempting to bypass the flying bear illusion and directly attack Fang Yuan and the rest, securing victory. But it was still blocked by the flying bear illusion. The flying bear illusion, even without Fang Yuan's control, had its own intelligence and was extremely cunning. It could fight on its own. The huge fat bear paw fiercely smashed down, bringing with it the sound of wind. Bang! The golden sand-like giant sun's will was smashed by the bear paw, turning into golden sparks and dissipating in the air. But it was only a branch. The golden river of giant sun's will was like a giant python, tightly coiling around the flying bear illusion. At the same time, it split into countless branches, attacking the flying bear illusion. Both sides were in a deadlock. No one could do anything to the other. Giant suns will split and recombine, changing at will. The flying bear illusion was unable to restrain it. But Giant Sun's will was also entangled, unable to deal with the most crucial person, Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will had inherited part of the immortal venerable's battle intelligence. It judged the situation and clearly understood, to kill Fang Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the river of will. But the remaining half was not the flying bear illusion's match. If it forcefully attacked, it would be giving up the initiative. If Fang Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light ball, he would be stalling for time. When the flying bear illusion destroyed Giant Sun's will that was entangled with it, then the situation would be dangerous. The disadvantage of randomly splitting up, Giant Sun's will had tasted it before when he took out the true inheritance secret domain. At that time, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token in his hand to fight against a small portion of Giant Sun's will. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, resulting in Giant Sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but was only able to take back the Tree Man stage. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He maintained the true inheritance light ball, delaying the expansion of Giant Sun's will while observing the battle. If Giant Sun's will split up to attack, that would be good. Unfortunately, it didn't make the same mistake twice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. Seeing that the battle between Giant Sun's will and the flying bear illusion was in full swing, but there were no signs of them splitting up, he could only sigh in his heart. If his opponent didn't make any mistakes, Fang Yuan's situation would become more and more dangerous. The majority of Giant Sun's will rushed out of the building. Resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protect 88-point Shenyang Tower. Only 2 parts were left. The other part was entangled with the phantom of the flying bear. The other part was fighting against Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing's wills, refining the 88-point Shenyang Tower nonstop. The supreme inheritance that represented the ownership of the 88-point Shenyang Tower originally only had a trace of gold color. But now, the golden light had expanded to the size of a palm. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing had already squeezed out all of their potential, and their bodies were trembling. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. But it was hard to resist the momentum of Giant Sun's will's expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly too powerful. While resisting, Tai by Yunxing felt as though he was facing a towering mountain, helpless and hopeless. Even a demon with an iron will like Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of dejection in his heart. If the situation continued to develop like this, sooner or later, giant suns would succeed in expanding and regain control of the 88-point Xianyang Tower. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would definitely die a tragic death. He had to do something. However, Fang Yuan was already trapped in this supreme true inheritance and could not leave. His greatest battle strength was the flying bear phantom gu, and he had already used it. Tai Bai Yunxing was a temporary ally that he had deceived, but like Fang Yuan, they were already fighting side by side against Giant Sun's will and could not free themselves. It could be said that other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan had used up all his trump cards. Do I really have to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada again? A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. But soon he rejected the idea. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not an immortal gu with guaranteed success. There is a chance of failure. The Black Death luck on me is so deep. Once I self-detonate, my remaining will retreat into Spring-Autumn Cicada and return to the River of Time. I will definitely be in danger. There is not even a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. How could he get out of this predicament? Sigh. Fang Yuan, we cannot do this. Let's retreat. If we use fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested from the side. Did he really have to retreat? Not to mention the fact that he did not care. Giant Suns could quickly gain control of the 88-point Xianyang Tower. By then, with his obstruction, would he still be able to activate fixed immortal travel? Even if he successfully retreated, would he be willing? Fang Yuan was not willing. He had schemed for too long, he had schemed and schemed for so long, he had almost won. The immense wealth and benefits were right in front of him, but just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I really am not willing. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyun. I have no cards in my hands, but I can use this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He flapped his wings and flew away with the supreme true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Just follow me. Fang Yuan only replied. Fixed immortal travel was in his arms. He had refined it again. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to retreat, without Fang Yuan's cooperation, there was nothing he could do. Don't even think of escaping. The river-like giant suns roared, dispersing and dispersing, but soon condensing back into one, bypassing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. The flying bear phantom reacted and chased after them. Fang Yuan sneered, changing his direction. After the three sides exchanged positions, the flying bear phantom was behind Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan fought and moved, both sides fought and stopped. Chapter 632. At this moment, true inheritance secluded domain. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun depended on each other. Under the protection of the luck path supreme true inheritance, they looked on in fear. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the supreme true inheritance that represented 88-point Xianyang Tower. In between the two, He Lulan and the rest were in the middle, forming a firm line of defense. Behind Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, the river-like giant Sun's will and the flying bear phantom were entangled. Even further away, Giant Sun's main will was enveloping 88-point Xianyang Tower, resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting Giant Sun's inheritance. Hearing that Fang Yuan had a backup plan, Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. He urged, "Junior brother, what backup plan do you have? Quickly use it." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Senior brother Tai Bai, the situation has forced me to use this backup plan. I have no choice but to do so. I hope you can protect me at the crucial moment. You and I are from the same sect. This is only natural." Tai Bai Yunxing immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded, instructing, "Senior brother, Giant Sun's will originates from Giant Sun Immortal. Do not underestimate it. If it tries to instigate us, I will not be able to explain myself. Do not believe it. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, Junior brother, we are family, there is no need to say anything else, you can be at ease. But from your tone, you seem to have a lot of reservations about this backup plan. If you are not confident, let's use fixed immortal travel and retreat. Fang Yuan smiled, revealing a confident expression. Senior brother, don't worry, this backup plan has unparalleled power, even Giant Sun's main will suffer. Watch carefully. The two did not use goo worms to conceal their conversation. Everyone present was an expert, they heard it clearly, they were shocked and bewildered. To be able to make Giant Sun's main will suffer a setback. Just what is it? He Lulan frowned. He looked rough, but he was actually very shrewd. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes and slowly retracted his palms that were tightly pressed against the supreme successor's skill. His withdrawal instantly increased the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing by several folds. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked by Fang Yuan's actions, but fortunately, Fang Yuan had taken care of him previously, so he hurriedly used all his strength to resist the ferocious expansion of Giant Sun's will. Junior martial brother. Quickly use your trump card, I can't hold on any longer. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted, sweat dripped down from his forehead and face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the supreme true inheritance had expanded to the size of a wash basin. How fast it was! Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Seeing this, He Lulan and the rest didn't dare to rush forward. However, after waiting for more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan still didn't release any terrifying attacks. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Both sides didn't speak, only the whistling sounds of the true inheritances flying could be heard, and occasionally, the sounds of true inheritances colliding with each other could be heard. Damn it, we were tricked. Yi Lui Sang was furious. This scoundrel who disguised as Chang Shan Yin is very cunning. He is clearly at his wit's end and has exhausted all his tricks, but he still pretends to be unfathomable. Everyone go, kill this audacious schemer. At the side, Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong shouted. But as the leader, He Lulan, didn't move. Not only did he not move, his expression turned solemn. Don't tell me. Tai Bai Yunxing also looked at Fang Yuan in bewilderment. Haha. Fang Yuan, however, laughed loudly towards the sky. His laughter resounded in the battlefield, showing his unparalleled heroism. Giant Sun's will, you tried all sorts of methods to destroy my fighting spirit, but my heart is like iron, my will is like steel. Our battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan said. The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The strength path phantom giant that He Lulan had transformed into also stopped moving forward. Heaven and earth chi appeared beside Fang Yuan. When a Gu master shattered their apertures to ascend to a Gu immortal, they would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88-point Shenyang Tower, thus he was delayed for a moment. This moment was the most dangerous and difficult moment, but in the end, Fang Yuan used all his strength to hold on. With heaven and earth chi, the nearby ordinary Gu worms could not be casually activated, they would suffer from the backlash of the primeval chi. In serious cases, even immortal Gu would perish. He Lulan's mortal Gu had no choice but to stop. Chapter 633. Clear radiance heaven chi, golden earth chi, more and more, coiling around Fang Yuan's body. He Lulan and the rest slowly retreated. The river-like Giant Sun's will roared furiously, but did not dare to move forward rashly. It had fought intensely with Fang Yuan, and its size had shrunk to less than half of its original size. It was extremely anxious, damn it. Unless the main bodies will send reinforcements, I alone cannot take care of Fang Yuan. The battlefield fell into a temporary tranquility. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was as he had expected. and let out a breath of turbid air like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The battle for 88-point Xiangyang Tower had gone through several twists and turns, but the situation was gradually becoming clear now. Fang Yuan was like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Strong winds blew, and he fell into dangerous situations several times, losing the initiative. If not for his scheming and numerous methods, he would not have lasted until now. Especially this time, Fang Yuan risked his life and bravely perished together. Only then did he manage to seize back the initiative. Northern Plains' trip has finally reached the most crucial moment. The Immortal Ascension is extremely important. It will almost determine the outcome of the battle. Fang Yuan roused his spirits. Like he had said before, the true battle had just begun. Junior brother, you must be careful. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone was heavy, his gaze was anxious, and his heart was filled with worry. He had just ascended to a Gu Immortal, and was very clear about the dangers of the process. He knew, if not for Giant Sun's will helping him, he would not have succeeded, even if he had accumulated his foundation for his entire life. Sigh, junior brother is young and rash, he should not have made such a choice. If I had known earlier, I would not have let him do this no matter what. But it is too late to say anything now. Sigh, I can only hope that he had received teacher's guidance and was lucky enough to succeed. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at each other and nodded. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, and his mind entered his body. Ordinary Gu Masters and Gu Immortals only had one aperture in their lives. But Fang Yuan had once narrowly escaped death on Three Kings Mountain and seized his fortuitous encounter. Thus, after using second aperture Immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Battle of Imperial Court, his apertures were all at the peak of rank 5, Crystal Purple Primeval Essence. There were 3 steps to a Gu Master's Immortal Ascension. The first was shattering the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered his second aperture. Once a Gu Master shatters their aperture, they can only move forward, there is no way back. That was because they only had one aperture. But Fang Yuan had 2. In other words, even if Fang Yuan failed the tribulation and lost an aperture, he would still have an aperture. Keeping one aperture could save his life. This was one of the benefits of the second aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know this secret. Most of the worries in his heart would dissipate. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Bolt after bolt of lightning continuously struck Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan, you little thief, you won't have a good death. Giant Sun's will bellowed in anger, forcefully withstanding the tribulation lightning. The golden sand-like will exploded again and again. This lightning was no small matter. It was in the shape of a trident. Its might was extraordinary. It was one of the 10 great haunted houses. Originally, snow war tribulation lightning was not frequent, only forming once every dozens of breaths of time. But now, Fang Yuan shattered his aperture in his immortal ascension, drawing in the heaven and earth qi, forming a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused into the 10-year blizzard disaster, immediately increasing the power of the blizzard disaster. The snow war tribulation lightning was like a drug, becoming excited. It struck continuously. The interval between each strike was less than a breath of time. Every time it resisted, Giant Sun's will had to pay a heavy price. But he could not leave just like that. 88-point Xiangyang Tower needed his protection. Right now, 88-point Xiangyang Tower had almost completely stopped functioning, it was only in shape. If Giant Sun's will's protection was removed, in the blink of an eye, True Yang Tower would be destroyed by the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88-point Xiangyang Tower was the inheritance treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun's will was the manager of this tower. Because of his duty, Giant Sun's will could only brace himself to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Like this, he had become Fang Yuan's nanny during his tribulation, to protect his enemy and help him to ascend to immortality. Under the circumstances, Giant Sun's will, who had no choice but to do this, could only feel the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan, you thief, Wait until I get through the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I will rip out your tendons and skin you alive. I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant sons will roar. Even with the continuous rumbling of thunder, it could not cover up his roar. But very quickly, his roar stopped and turned to shock. This is a chaotic branching tooth. In the sky filled with thunder and lightning, 18 whirlpools appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly, the edges of the whirlpools quickly expanding. In every black whirlpool, there was a huge snow-white beast tooth, slowly taking shape. A total of 18 beast teeth. They were as white as snow, each of them were huge, as thick as an ancient tree, and over 30 m long. The beast's teeth were ready to attack. An intense sense of danger rose in Giant Sun's Will's heart. Similarly, one of the 10 great calamities, the chaotic branching tooth, was ranked above the snow war tribulation lightning, and its might was even more terrifying. I definitely cannot let the 18 chaotic branching teeth attack at the same time. At that time, even I will not be able to block it. I need to attack earlier. Giant Sun's Will was experienced in battle, and immediately chose to attack. Without hesitation, he split into 10 dragon wills in the blink of an eye. They roared and spiraled, valiantly charging towards the heavenly tribulation. But on the way, there were wind blades and hail. The snow war tribulation lightning continued to crackle. Half of the 10 dragon wills were destroyed along the way, leaving only 5 that successfully collided with the whirlpools. But the results of the collision were not obvious. Only 3 succeeded in destroying the whirlpools. Chapter 634. In the true inheritance mystic realm, Fang Yuan was enveloped by a thick and huge tricolored air mass, and his figure was completely concealed. Junior apprentice brother, you must control yourself. I'm not worried that you can't handle the emotional fluctuations. I'm just worried that you're young and ambitious. You're greedy for the mysteries of the great Tao and forget your bottom line. You'll merge too much with the heaven and earth qi. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with worry. The qi of heaven and earth had already spread near him, so he had no choice but to slowly fly away from Fang Yuan. The footsteps of Giant Sun's Will, who was competing with him for the supreme direct inheritance, seemed to have slowed down. The pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing decreased slightly, and his situation gradually improved. Damned thief, he actually has so many people. Damn it, why hasn't it lost its balance yet? The river-like Giant Sun's Will gritted his teeth and cursed. He Lulan and the others were also looking forward to it. This guy is so young, but he can balance the 3 qis for so long. He and Tai Bai Yunxing call each other senior and junior brothers, so their origins must be extraordinary. Is he going to become a Gu immortal? No way. How could becoming a Gu immortal be so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone secretly communicated with each other, not daring to act rashly. With such a dense amount of heaven and earth qi, once a backlash occurred, it would definitely not be a joke. Fang Yuan was in the ball of air, but he had a calm smile on his face. Wonderful, wonderful. He closed his eyes and murmured. Various profundities of the Grand Tao were like streams of clear spring water that flowed within his heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had ascended to become a blood path Gu immortal. This was his second time. With his precious experiences and insights, he was more knowledgeable than any Gu master in the world. They had to be calm and collected. Compared to ordinary Gu masters, they knew the true meaning of this. Man is the spirit of all living things, and his spirituality is the highest. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. It was the carrier of the great Tao laws. Every path of immortality was a path of transcendence. To transcend, one had to accumulate, and the most basic way to accumulate knowledge was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, raise Gu, refine Gu, and indirectly learn the mysteries of heaven and earth from Gu worms. But when a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal, it is a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This opportunity to communicate, it was extremely precious, and one would only have one such opportunity in their entire life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity very much. He grabbed it tightly and used all his strength to obtain it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even broader and deeper than the ocean. Fang Yuan knew his own limits, so he didn't probe around aimlessly. It was the strength of the hand. He continued to deepen his comprehension and experience the essence. In the end, he had only cultivated the strength path in his previous life. Although he had cultivated the strength path in this life, it had not been long. Strictly speaking, his original strength path realm could only be considered as a pseudo-strength path master. But by making use of this opportunity, his understanding of strength soared to the skies. Very soon, he had crossed the threshold of strength master and broken through to grandmaster. He was on his way to the Grand Master level. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do so. His shattered second aperture had a rank 4 all-out effort goo as his vital goo. This goo belonged to Strength Path. It was placed first in the third step and would help Fang Yuan become a Strength Path goo immortal. But this goo was not rank 5, its rank was slightly low. Fang Yuan could only use his higher Strength Path attainment level to make up for it, otherwise, the risk would be huge when he placed the goo in the third step. If he could not create an immortal aperture, his immortal ascension would be a complete failure. Outside Tru Yang building, intense winds surged and tribulation lightning flew. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed into a cocoon of chi lump. The chi lump was huge and enveloped the whole of 88-point Xianxia Tower. After Fang Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had a terrifying change. In order to protect 88-point Xianxia Tower, Giant Sunswill had nowhere to retreat and could only resist with all his might. It was already a crucial moment. Bam! With an intense howl, 9 snow-white chaotic branching fangs shot out at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it left behind 9 lightning-like shadows in the sky. Giant Sunswill had already made sufficient mental preparations and had been waiting for a long time. The will armor that covered 88-point Xianxia Tower had become several times thicker, reaching 10 feet. At the same time, Giant Sunswill split into dozens of will hands, opening their palms and blocking in the air. The 9 chaotic branching fangs shot down and collided with each other, causing their paths to change drastically, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, moving randomly. The will hands flew everywhere, blocking with difficulty. The chaotic branching fangs pierced through the will hands and hit the main body of Giant Sunswill, piercing 9 deep holes on the will armor that was 1,000 times harder than steel. Giant Sunswill grunted. The main body of his will was in chaos for a while before calming down. Looking at the wounds, Giant Sunswill's heart shuddered. The 9 wounds were of different depths. 2 of them were over 20 feet deep, almost reaching 88-point Xianxia Tower. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I paid a huge price and destroyed half of the chaotic branching fangs. If all 18 chaotic branching fangs had flown out at the same time, their trajectory would have been hard to predict. How could I have weakened them in the air? After Giant Sunswill rejoiced, his anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level. Fang Yuan, that scoundrel, deserves to be cut into pieces. He is ascending to become an immortal, but I am the scapegoat. As soon as I recover a little, I'm going to Giant Sunswill was shocked to see another 18 whirlpools forming in the sky. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching fangs? Seeing this, Giant Sunswill was seething with anger. Just now, to defend against the chaotic branching fangs, he had expended 1/6 of his will. Now there was a second wave. Wait a minute, this is? In between the 18 whirlpools, another 18 new whirlpools were formed. Seeing this, even Giant Sunswill felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching fangs is actually coming together with the second wave? He roared towards the sky. The main body of his will that was like an armor fluctuated violently, almost collapsing. If he could spit blood, he would have spat out 3,000 liters of blood. Just now, when he had defended against the 9 chaotic branching fangs, Giant Sunswill had already used his full strength. Now, there were a total of 36 whirlpools and 36 chaotic branching fangs. The might of this was not a simple addition of numbers. Fang Yuan, you thief, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, Giant Sons Will almost gave up on the 88-point Xinyang Tower. He wanted to find him and disregard everything to kill Fang Yuan. But he was not angry, but deliberate. He wanted to look at the big picture. He wanted to protect the inheritance treasure 88-point Xinyang Tower. He had no choice but to contact the other Will clones and gather all of his power to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What? The main body is actually sending me to resist the heavenly tribulation? In the true inheritance secret realm, the river-like Giant Sons Will was still waiting for reinforcements, but in the end, he received news of him returning to the main body. In an instant his heart turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I hate this. Giant Sons Will, who was fighting with Tai by Yunxing for the supreme true inheritance, was extremely regretful. He had no choice but to send a large portion of his forces to support the main body. But to prevent the 88-point Xinyang Tower from being completely taken away by Tai by Yunxing, he still left a portion of Giant Sons Will to maintain the situation in the true inheritance light group. Because of this, the pressure on Tai by Yunxing decreased. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Giant Sons Will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your backup plan has achieved good results. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities has terrifying might. Even Giant Sons Will has no choice but to use all of his strength to defend. Junior brother, you are worthy of being Master's disciple. You have to persevere. The third step, releasing Gu, is the most important. Success or failure will depend on this. As time passed, the 3-colored qi lump around Fang Yuan's body gradually shrunk until it was completely absorbed into Fang Yuan's aperture. He actually finished taking in the qi. He is going to proceed to the final step. He Lulan and the rest had been ignored all along, and when they saw the river-like Giant Sons Will retreating, they immediately panicked. What do we do now? Are we going to watch him become a Gu immortal? Yi Lui Sang shouted. There is no more heaven and earth qi around Fang Yuan, we will attack now. Bian Si Xian suggested. But they did not move. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and awkwardness. Beside Fang Yuan, there was still the Gu immortal Tai by Yunxing. Tai by Yunxing's pressure was greatly reduced. He held the true inheritance light lump in one hand, while facing He Lulan and the rest, ready to risk his life to protect them. There is no need to fear Tai by Yunxing, but once he ascends to Gu Immortal, there will be endless trouble. He is not a weak healing Gu Immortal like Tai by Yunxing. He Lulan clenched his fists, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. After calculating for a while, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took a step forward and launched a large-scale attack. Tai by Yunxing cried bitterly in his heart. He did not dare to face He Lulan's attack head-on. He could only shout, "You dare! As long as you retreat, I will use the supreme true inheritance in my hands to clash with the Luck Path true inheritance." Let's see how you explain this to Giant Sons Will. Everyone had just mobilized their battle intent, but after being threatened by Tai by Yunxing, they were stunned, their morale plummeting. Don't listen to him, leave a few people behind to protect the Luck Path true inheritance. The rest, follow me. He Lulan snorted coldly and immediately said. Tai by Yunxing's heart immediately sank. He could not stop the situation in front of him. Ha! Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard from behind. He had already opened his eyes. No matter. Come and chase me. I want to see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Gu had already been destroyed, but with his cautious nature, how could he not have backup Gu worms? Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal blessed land and could communicate with jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan did not lack mortal Gu. These words were even more of a blow to their morale than Tai by Yunxing's. Thinking that Fang Yuan was a flying master, and in a vast space like true inheritance secluded domain, everyone's morale fell to rock bottom. He Lulan's gaze flickered, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court after all. He had outstanding talent and was ruthless. He was not someone who could be dismissed with just a few words. Even if we can't catch up, we still have to. I want to see what time you have to undergo immortal ascension. He Lulan's words raised everyone's morale again. Fang Yuan's expression sank. He did not say anything else. He Lulan had hit the nail on the head. When ordinary Gu immortals ascended, they would be shrouded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Even if the enemy wanted to stop them, they would be afraid of being implicated by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But now that Giant Sun's will was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, He Lulan and the rest could take advantage of this opportunity. In this true inheritance secluded domain, there were remnants of heaven and earth chi that could cause mortal Gu to backlash. But He Lulan and the rest used mortal Gu, and Fang Yuan also used mortal Gu. The backlash they faced was the same. At once, the situation changed. Even though Giant Sun's will retreated and resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities with all his strength. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person, a talent among men. He saw the opportunity and immediately moved. Right now, it was occupied by a lump of three-colored chi, waiting for the vital Gu to enter and complete the final step, exploding the immortal aperture after accumulating for a long time. If the immortal aperture did not explode, Fang Yuan's life would be devoured by the chi of heaven and earth, and he would die. If the immortal aperture exploded, no matter what grade it was, at this crucial moment, Fang Yuan's mind would be empty, and he would fall into a vulnerable state where he would be defenseless. This period of time varied from person to person. If the enemy took advantage of this moment, Fang Yuan's outcome would be worrying, and he might die without a proper burial. Right now, He Lulan and the rest were stopping Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to release the Gu. He could only let the compressed three-colored chi lump in his body tremble. This cannot go on. If this drags on for a certain period of time, the three-colored chi lump will disperse and all the accumulations I used to advance to Gu Immortal will be for naught. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to break out of this dangerous situation. Rumble. Right at this moment, true inheritance secluded domains suddenly shook. Rumble. Immediately after, there was another wave of shaking, making people feel uneasy and fearful. What's going on? What happened? Is true inheritance secluded domain going to collapse? He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the rest had worried expressions. They knew this was the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside the tower. It had finally reached the main body of 88-point Shenyang Tower. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were overjoyed. This proved that Giant Sun's will had used all his strength. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were extremely terrifying. Even he had reached his limit. Damn it. I finally made it. Giant Sun's will breathed roughly. He was fearful and glad. He did not even have the strength to curse Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will, which was originally 10 feet thick and wrapped around 88-point Shenyang Tower like a golden armor, was now only left with a thin layer. It was dim and without light. 36 chaotic branching fangs were not as simple as stacking on top of each other. Their power had increased by almost 10 times. During the entire process, Snow War Tribulation lightning was crazily striking everywhere as if it did not cost anything. The originally fleeting lightning had become as bright as sunlight, shining endlessly. This showed the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will had narrowly escaped death. He only had less than 1% of his will left. He attacked with all his might. After much effort, he managed to destroy 11 whirlpools in advance. The remaining chaotic branching fangs exploded together. Giant Sun's will risked his life to block most of them, but there were still 7 that he could not block. Chapter 636. Tai Bai Yunxing was already tied to the chariot by Fang Yuan, and thinking that fixed immortal travel was still in Fang Yuan's hands, he could only force himself to agree to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He charged towards Tai Bai Yunxing and entered his immortal aperture. Oh no! Seeing this, the pursuers turned pale with fright. This scoundrel is too crafty. He actually hid in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. We can't chase him anymore. Yi Lui Sang shouted helplessly. Then let's kill the immortal. Kill Tai Bai Yunxing. He Lolan's eyes shone fiercely, his killing intent spread. He turned into a strength path phantom giant and charged at Tai Bai Yunxing fiercely. He was like a ferocious bear pouncing on its prey. Tai Bai Yunxing was terrified. He quickly dodged while dragging the supreme true inheritance light lump. Don't forget, I am also a flying master. Tai Bai Yunxing learned from Fang Yuan. He shouted as he escaped. Everyone's morale fell. Someone cursed helplessly. Damn it, there were only 2 flying masters in this imperial court contest. They are actually the 2 of them. Only He Lulan was provoked. His battle intent surged to an unprecedented level. Looks like I have to use my full strength. He had a solemn expression. He made up his mind and punched. Fist chi surged out. It was grand and majestic. It was like mountains crashing into each other. Tai Bai Yunxing dodged skillfully. He was safe and sound. But these vast fist auras suddenly transformed into strength path phantoms of giants. Tai Bai Yunxing was caught unprepared after a few breaths of time. These strength path phantom giants surrounded him from all directions, completely surrounding him. This is bad. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned pale. To think that He Lolan's strength is actually this strong. 16 strength path giant phantoms. This kind of strength can completely kill immortals. Yelu Sang and the others were also greatly shocked, watching in shock. Huff huff huff. He Lulan was panting heavily. The giant shadow of her body had already dissipated. It was obvious that using this ultimate move had consumed a great deal of his energy and stamina. Even the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques found it hard to endure. His fat body was shining with a layer of faint black light that was the power of dark limit immortal goo. It had always helped him suppress and conceal the great strength true martial physique. I almost broke the seal of the dark limit goo. That was close. He Lulan rejoiced in her heart as she looked at Tai Bai Yunxing with a ruthless gaze. You're dead this time. My great cause of vengeance will start with you, Tai Bai Yunxing. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Giant pale blue light shadow hands suddenly appeared in the true inheritance secret realm. The giant light blue hands were densely packed together. Very quickly, he attracted everyone's attention. What is that? What is that? Whoosh. An ordinary true inheritance. Like a shooting star, it crashed into the giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this true inheritance. Soon after, it clenched its fist. The true inheritance was grabbed by the giant hand and was firmly suppressed, unable to move at all. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away. Under everyone's gazes, it streaked across the sky like a beautiful blue rainbow. Its speed became faster and faster. After a distance of several thousand steps, it suddenly disappeared. Even the true inheritance in its hand disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but narrow their eyes slightly. These giant hands are so powerful, they actually easily subdued the true inheritance. I know, this must be Ancestor Giant Sun's method. Didn't you guys notice that these giant light blue hands are very similar to the flying snow hands? Haha, Ancestor Giant Sun finally made a move. It seems that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have passed. These 2 scoundrels are finally finished. Some people's guesses were quickly acknowledged by everyone else. But just as they were about to cheer, a miserable scream was heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a person in the periphery being caught by a giant light blue hand. Soon after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something and clenched into a fist as it flew away. That person let out a shrill scream. My goo worms were all snatched away by this hand. What? Everyone was in an uproar. Soon, the second victim also appeared. My vital goo, it was also snatched away. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The vital goo was closely related to the goo master's life. Once it was snatched away by the giant hand and lost connection, the goo master immediately suffered a backlash. The hand rained down and began to wantonly snatch the goo worms. Quickite! Everyone dispersed in an uproar. This is not Ancestor Giant Sun's method. Could it be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many people cried out in shock. What heavenly tribulation is this? It actually snatched away the goo worms. Someone was extremely shocked. The importance of goo worms to goo masters was self-evident. Quickly keep the goo worms in the aperture. Someone hurriedly reminded. But everyone soon found that even if they kept the goo worms in the aperture, they would still be snatched away. The giant light blue hand was incorporeal and formless. It did not harm the human body at all and specialized in capturing goo worms. Once captured, the goo master would immediately lose connection with them. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this giant light blue hand? Will it snatch away the immortal goo? Tai Bai Yunxing also could not see the origin of the giant light blue hand, and the scene in front of him made him very nervous. At this time, 3 giant hands pounced towards him, and he hurriedly dodged. Even as a flying master, he quickly fell into a dangerous situation. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. The giant hands were extremely fast and extremely agile, and most importantly, they were similar to flash bug goo, attacking in a flash, making it hard to defend against. Tai Bai Yunxing was in an extremely sorry state, not to mention the other goo masters. This seems to have been recorded in the tribe's secret manuals. He Lulan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was caught by a 4-fingered formless hand. For a moment, he was unable to move. The giant light blue hand seemed to be incorporeal, like a light breeze brushing past. It did not cause any injuries to He Lulan's body. But He Lulan felt pain in his head and instantly lost connection with a rank 4 goo. Not good. He Lulan cursed inwardly. Chapter 638. He Lulan was complaining incessantly in his heart. His battle strength was outstanding, and he possessed an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. But this way, it covered up his weakness of lacking movement speed. To be precise, He Lulan cultivated strength path as well as dark path, so his movement ability was not ordinary. But in the current situation, only flying masters could barely survive. He Lulan's weakness was completely exposed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wreaked havoc, and He Lulan's goo worms were snatched one after another. Even though he destroyed many formless hands and recovered many. But at the same time, new formless hands would snatch even more goo worms from his body. At this moment, He Lulan was pouncing rapidly like a raging bear, his face filled with malevolence and anger. Even though he knew, in this situation, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, but he could not let go. Because the goo worm that Fang Yuan caught was He Lulan's vital goo. The vital goo was closely related to the goo master, and their lives were intertwined. Once it was destroyed, the goo master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. Fang Yuan holding this goo was equivalent to holding onto a huge weakness of He Lulan. Speaking of which, this vital goo of He Lulan had a difficult life. It was snatched by the formless hands many times, and was snatched back by He Lulan with great difficulty. Counting carefully, this was the 6th time the vital goo had been snatched. But this time, an accident occurred, and it actually fell into Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was furious and anxious. The vital goo had fallen into the enemy's hands. This situation was too serious, he had to get it back. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not know that the rank 5 goo in his hands was He Lulan's vital goo. But looking at He Lulan's performance, it must be an extremely important goo. Stop daydreaming if you want to take back the goo worm. Fang Yuan flapped the 6 wings on his back, and his body flew up. It suddenly flew far away. He Lulan had tried to kill Fang Yuan several times before, so there was already a deep hatred between Fang Yuan and He Lulan. But now was not the best time to kill He Lulan. The more formless hands there were, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to evade them. If he wanted to kill a powerful enemy in such an environment, even if he succeeded, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Especially since He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. If he was forced into a dead end and he impulsively self-destructed, Fang Yuan would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Let him chase after us. Let's see how long he can last. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, forcefully suppressing the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon he shook off He Lulan. Fang Yuan dodged the formless hands along the way as he flew. He sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture continued to grow. Ever since he left Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture continued to absorb heaven and earth qi. Right now, it had an area of over 4 million square kilometers. The immortal aperture's sky was orange and the ground was not flat. White stone mountains rose and fell as if they were cut by knives and axes, standing tall and straight. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Gu Master's path, accumulation, temperament, and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan had become a strength path Gu immortal. He could only skim through it. He knew the general situation. If he wanted to understand it in depth, he could only research it in the future. Time flow. It has also reached 1 to 12. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days in the immortal aperture. The growth speed has also slowed down. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. But even after searching for a long time, and not forgetting to search whenever he had the time, he could not find even a shadow of the luck path true inheritance. Evidently, the luck path true inheritance was also moving and shifting. Although the true inheritance light lump was protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, it was only the recognition of fortune rivaling heaven, and was still a wild will. Wild goo worms had an instinct to dodge heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. True inheritance secluded domain was huge, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Formless hands, true inheritance meteors, Gu masters running around, or the dazzling attacks of formless fists, greatly obstructed Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan had to dodge the formless hands, and could not search casually. Both sides were moving, it was normal that they could not meet. Crack, crack. The sound of eggshells cracking could be heard continuously. The crack in true inheritance secluded domain continued to expand. Earlier, it was only one side, but now, it was spreading in all directions. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the crack. As time passed, Fang Yuan's loss of goo worms became more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash of heaven and earth qi, especially the movement goo worms, even if they were used in turns, they had reached their limits and many were lost. On the other hand, the number of formless hands surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes, many formless hands would surround and block his escape routes. Fang Yuan was caught 2 or 3 times because of this. Chapter 639. As time passed, Fang Yuan no longer had the chance to smash the formless fists. Under the pursuit of the formless hands, he was exhausted from running for his life. Quickly return my goo worm. By coincidence, He Lulan finally arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated Windflower Goo. A translucent windflower immediately appeared on his body and rapidly changed direction. With the help of Windflower Goo, Fang Yuan's speed did not change, but he changed direction and avoided He Lulan. He Lulan, however, was overjoyed. My time has come. Why did you have to go in this direction? Fang Yuan had not flown far when his speed suddenly fell. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark whirlpool. This was a trap set by He Lulan using expendable goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands behind him were already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and did not panic in the face of danger, activating Flash Bug Goo. Flash Bug Goo suddenly disappeared along with his body, and the next moment he appeared 500 steps away. Fang Yuan escaped and immediately increased his speed, but in less than a few breaths of time, he once again fell into a dark whirlpool. He activated Flash Bug Goo once again to escape. But immediately after, he fell into a third dark whirlpool. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally filled with darkness, and the dark whirlpool was extremely well concealed here. Before it was activated, it was calm without any clues. But once it was activated, it formed an entangling force, as if he had fallen into a quicksand swamp. You can't escape. This place has a circumference of 100 li. I have scattered countless goo worms and set up countless traps. He Lulan shouted as she rapidly approached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suffered a loss due to his poor scouting. He was furious. You are courting death, don't blame me. Saying so, he activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, exerting strength and breaking free from the whirlpool, charging towards He Lulan. He Lulan's heart trembled, and then she was overjoyed. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. He was afraid that the other party would flee, not giving him a chance to fight. The two of them had new and old grudges, and they both wished they could kill each other. But they had yet to fight. He Lulan was the first to make a sharp turn to avoid the attack. After that, Fang Yuan's expression changed as well, and he retreated with all his might. It was too scary. A large group of formless hands, whistling down from the sky. There were 500 to 600 of them. The pale blue radiance was continuous, illuminating the surrounding space in a pale blue color. The group of non-phase hands divided into two groups, respectively chasing after Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately fell into the most dangerous situation he had ever been in. He absolutely did not dare to fly between the formless hands. There were so many formless hands, with just a slight movement, they could easily seal off all the routes. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly quickly, with a large group of giant light blue hands chasing after him. No, don't come over. Yi Xianxia shouted in panic. He and the other 3 goo masters moved together, helping each other. Only then did they barely manage to keep their fire path immortal goo intact. But now, he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them. He saw the group of non-phase hands behind Fang Yuan. Yi Xianxia's heart almost stopped beating. Fang Yuan not only flew extremely fast, but also attacked quickly. Long-range attacks blocked the best escape route for Yi Xianxia and the others, and greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, bypassing them and continuing to fly. Yi Xianxia and the others fled with all their might, but how could they make it in time? No! This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a mournful scream, as hundreds of non-phase hands filled his vision, becoming bigger and bigger. It was like a gust of wind blowing, or like a swarm of locusts passing through. The giant light blue hands continued to fly, not letting Fang Yuan go. As for Yi Xianxia and the others, they blankly stayed on the spot. There were too many non-phase hands. In just a few breaths of time, all the goo worms on their bodies were captured. In the blink of an eye, they had become completely broke. Although there was still primeval essence left in their apertures, it was useless. How will I explain this to Lord Supreme Elder when I return? Yi Xianxia's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. The fire path immortal goo on him was specially lent to him by Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder, Yi Lui Lai. It was to help him become the lord of the imperial court. The preciousness of immortal goo was self-evident. Yi Xianxia lost the competition, and in order to protect his immortal goo, even though he was also a tribe leader of a super tribe, he could only endure the humiliation and side with He Lulan. Now, because of Fang Yuan's misdirection, the fire path immortal goo that he protected with all his heart was lost in the end. Fang Yuan flew all the way, and when he turned around, he saw that the number of non-phase hands behind him had decreased slightly, and was slightly happy. This was all Yi Xianxia's contribution. Fang Yuan also saw the hope of getting rid of this group of non-phase hands. That was to divert the trouble to someone else. He had flying master attainment, but others did not. That is. While escaping, Fang Yuan finally found traces of Ma Hongyun. The luck path supreme true inheritance was enveloping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, dodging and flying all over the place, with many non-phase hands chasing behind them. Of course, compared to the group behind Fang Yuan, they paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, the luck path true inheritance's light lump instinctively changed its flying direction. But Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, and with extraordinary agility, he gradually got closer to the luck path true inheritance. "Let us go, please let us go." Within the luck path true inheritance, Ma Hongyun's pleading voice could be heard. "Don't come over, don't come over." Zhao Lianyun's delicate body was also trembling in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was like steel. How could he be shaken? His figure was like lightning. His speed suddenly increased as he flew past the luck path true inheritance in a beautiful arc. The non-phase hands behind him were immediately attracted by the luck path true inheritance's aura, and immediately flocked towards it. "We are finished." Ma and Zhao Lianyun's expressions were pale. They could only watch as hundreds of non-phase hands blocked their path and rushed over. It had a lot of Giant Sun's immortal essence. It was full of confidence. Once it obtained a goo worm, it would instantly refine it, its battle strength rising steadily, its aura soaring. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Suns will discovered Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by layers of formless hands. The huge true inheritance light lump had already shrunk to a third of its original size. Giant Suns will roared, several immortal goo and hundreds of rank 5 mortal goo were activated at the same time. Divert disaster light shot out, over 1,000 wind blades formed into a group, and a bright red giant fire crow screeched as it spread its wings and soared. All kinds of attacks were like flowers, wrapping around Giant Sun's true inheritance. Once a formless fist flew out, it would be instantly struck down, and the goo worms inside would be seized by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Now that Giant Sun's will has obtained them, it is like adding wings to a tiger, a dragon returning to the sea. Fang Yuan, who was flying at extreme speed, took a glance at this scene and his heart immediately turned heavy. He looked around and found that to leave, he had to rely on Stargate Goo. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai by Yunxing was not his match in a direct battle. The power of his self-detonation could definitely slaughter an immortal. After being almost disrupted by He Lulan's attack from afar, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became even more unfriendly. At the same time, Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He Lulan has an unimaginable number of goo worms. Many of his goo worms were taken away, but he still has so many goo worms on him. There was naturally a reason for this. He Lulan wholeheartedly wanted to obtain a strength path immortal goo at 88-point Xinyang Tower, then undergo immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he had made ample preparations, especially with his father's help. He had accumulated many goo worms on him. He had considered the backlash of heaven and earth chi during the process of immortal ascension, causing damage to his goo worms. Thus, he had prepared many goo worms. The number was beyond imagination. "Junior brother, save me." After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai by Yunxing's cry for help. It turned out that Tai Bai Yunxing was trapped by a large number of formless hands and had been floating in the air bitterly. Finally, all his goo worms were taken away. Without the support of goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he had no choice but to fall to the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing was his only ally. He had no choice but to save him. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction, taking the risk to rush to help. But halfway through, he heard Tai Bai Yunxing's anxious shout, "Quick, junior brother, quickly take back my immortal goo man as before." Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He saw a six-fingered formless fist flying out. If Fang Yuan wanted to save Tai Bai Yunxing now, he would lose the best opportunity to take back immortal goo man as before. It was very likely that after he saved Tai Bai Yunxing, man as before would be taken away by the formless fist. Save Tai Bai Yunxing, or take back immortal goo man as before. It was not easy to chase after Fang Yuan. It was especially so since he couldn't move fast enough, and he was carrying Tai Bai Yunxing. He could understand Fang Yuan's actions and was full of confidence. Just as he finished his words, a formless hand shot toward him. He Lulan did not dare to take it head-on and had to retreat to dodge. As a result, the imposing manner that he had painstakingly built up disappeared. It immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a phantom as he moved between the formless hands. He approached He Lulan. He was expressionless, but he sighed inwardly. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone. He needed to rely on Tai Bai Yunxing's help. But now that Tai Bai Yunxing was a hostage, Fang Yuan's hands were tied. Although he had man as before immortal goo, he did not have Tai Bai Yunxing's permission to borrow it. Even if he could borrow it, He Lulan would kill him. If Tai Bai Yunxing died, Fang Yuan could use man as before to revive Tai Bai Yunxing. However, there was also an extremely important problem in this. Using immortal goo man as before. Immortal essence would be expended. Reviving a mortal was not an issue. Reviving an immortal would definitely expend a huge amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence in his possession. He used one bead. It turned into limitless gaseous primeval essence. Only 21 beads were left. This was his greatest confidence in contending against Giant Sun's will. As for reviving goo immortal Tai Bai Yunxing, he needed at least 10 beads of green grape immortal essence. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not dare to use force. He Lulan was indeed a formidable person. It was not a coincidence that he became the victor of the imperial court contest. He had extraordinary aptitude and talent. Once an opportunity appeared, he would grasp it in time. Don't tell me, I really have to return his goo worm? This thought appeared, but was forcefully suppressed by Fang Yuan. He Lulan was so anxious about this goo. It was definitely different from others. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it like this. More importantly, He Lulan was not worthy of trust. Time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hands were fighting intensely. Giant Sun's will was inherited from Giant Sun Immortal. He was experienced and ruthless. His original strength could finally be displayed to the fullest, displaying his unparalleled might. He used the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump to attack the formless hands while retrieving the only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After persisting for so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still intact. This true inheritance contained an astonishing number of goo worms, as well as many types of goo worms. In this short period of time, the formless hands had seized as many as 6 Luck Path Immortal goo. No wonder it was the only copy. Immortal goo were unique. Even if Giant Sun Immortal used all his strength, he could only refine this true inheritance to such an extent. 3 of the 6 immortal goo were successfully retrieved after Giant Sun's will broke the formless fists. As for the other 3, Giant Sun's will could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was getting angrier as he fought. He already hated Zhao Lianyun to the bone. Now he no longer cherished Ma Hongyun's talent. I want to see how long the luck path true inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sons will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to preserve the luck path true inheritance, he would have already broken the light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other tightly. They were powerless against this situation. They could only wait for death. The huge pressure and mental torture caused their feelings to heat up rapidly. But it was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master was already dead. The luck path true inheritance light lump's volume was already less than a third of its original size. Seeing that the moment of death was approaching, Ma and Zhao lost all hope of survival. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were in a deadlock, haggling. Both sides did not trust each other. This made this negotiation progress extremely slow. Roar! Right at this time, from outside the wind veil, the sound of a blade could be heard. The blade's sound was clear and intense, resounding in everyone's ears. What? This is... Everyone raised their heads, attracted by this sudden change. Even Giant Sun's will's attack was halted. In the sky above them, the thick wind veil of assimilation had already been cut open by a long blade. From inside the wind veil, everyone could see the sky of northern plains through the blade. In the sky, Chanyu tribe's 3 Gu immortals were gasping for breath. This was the immortal killer move they had activated, Winged Blade. Beside them, there were more than 10 other Gu immortals. It turned out that not long after the 3 of them had plotted, the other righteous path Gu immortals came to find them. Because He tribe's Gu immortals were very sincere and pushed for it, after the 2 sides negotiated, they quickly reached an agreement and attacked in advance. Once the blade was cut open, it penetrated inside and outside. It would have a huge impact on any existence in the battlefield. What reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the others were Gu worms. 88-point Xinyang Tower had become an ownerless object. After it was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, large numbers of wild Gu were produced from the broken walls. At this crucial moment, relying on their instincts, these Gu worms immediately flew up and charged towards the blade. Along the way, formless hands clawed wildly. This is the best chance to break through the wind veil and escape this desperate situation. The Gu master's eyes shone. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Sons will roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant Sons will could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into northern plains, Giant Sons will finally let go of his worries. Killing the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was the first priority. This was the #1 priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Sons will could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal Gu, as the dragon of will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged, its might was awe-inspiring, an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the Gu worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light. It was not dazzling at all. It was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, 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 under the cover of the halo, giant suns will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of giant suns will and actually cut it in half. Giant suns will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into two. The dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Xianxia Tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Xianxia Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the Wind Veil of Assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. If not for Mo Yao's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Goo. As a Rank 9, Wisdom Goo was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly, thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the Goo Master Paths formed based on this principle. And the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of Wisdom Goo. Right? Wisdom Goo is also a wild will. It had been hiding all along. When the Wind Veil of Assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that Wisdom Goo could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times. Wisdom Path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided and expanded rapidly before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the Formless Hands, water without a source. Under the light of Wisdom Goo, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus, the dragon of will was easily cut in half. One could say, Wisdom Goo countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Thus, Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. He endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full. Their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. You dare! After being tricked by his own descendant, Giant Sun's will sensed Fang Yuan's intention and immediately became anxious and furious. Without immortal essence, he could not activate Immortal Goo. He could only use his special will to fight. He knew the severity of this situation better than anyone else. Fang Yuan's speed was so fast that it was unprecedentedly fearful. Damn it, it's too late. The will gathered again. A large hand slammed down like a falling meteor. Haha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. In this short period of time, He was already less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. No matter how fierce Giant Sun's will was, Fang Yuan was not worried about it. Because above Fang Yuan's head, between Giant Sun's will and Giant Sun's will, there was a rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu counters Giant Sun's special will. To get around Wisdom Gu, I will need to spend a lot of time. Hey, Lulan cannot move fast enough and is carrying Tai by Yunxing. How can she keep up with me? The only thing I need to worry about is Formless Hand. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He understood the situation clearly. Chapter 645. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But there was no harm in another change. Wisdom Gu rapidly descended, the light of wisdom enveloping Fang Yuan. Once he entered the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's thoughts rapidly formed and disappeared, rapidly aging. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw Wisdom Gu rapidly descending, flying towards him. Giant Sun's will, whose body had shrunk greatly, shrunk into a ball and followed closely behind. It turned out that Giant Sun's will knew that if he went around Wisdom Gu, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan in time. Thus he disregarded his own safety and forcefully approached Wisdom Gu, using a nimble technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will was thick enough. After paying a heavy price and risking his life, he could still forcefully approach Wisdom Gu. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a ball, rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan, instead becoming a huge problem for Fang Yuan. What a great Giant Sun! Seeing Wisdom Gu flying towards him, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily, his heart filled with boundless resolution. You, Giant Sun, can sacrifice yourself to this extent? Why can't I, Gue Fang Yuan? Immediately, Fang Yuan endured the radiance of the light of wisdom and used his methods to sweep away all of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Next, he used Windflower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and getting away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu directly fell. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed continuously. He had finally escaped from the light of wisdom. But his face no longer had the appearance of a young man, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill run down their spine. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged uncle. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the stronger the light of wisdom. Earlier, Fang Yuan was 10,000 steps away from Wisdom Gu in true inheritance secluded domain. In just a few breaths of time, he lost 2 years of lifespan. Just now, he was so close to Wisdom Gu, and after enduring the light of wisdom for so long, he lost over 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little thief, die for me! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Giant Sun's will swooped down like a hawk. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur. An intense sense of danger assaulted him at the moment of life and death. He only had time to activate 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted down like a fly. He fell like a meteor until he smashed into the ground. He smashed a deep pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. Fang Yuan lay at the bottom of the pit and only reacted after 3 breaths. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His entire back was too horrible to look at. His spine and ribs were exposed. His mind was in a daze and he could only barely think. The impact of Giant Sun's will had not only targeted his body, but a large amount of special will had also entered his mind, wreaking havoc. It affected his thoughts. Fang Yuan, who only had a trace of sobriety, did not even think about it. He quickly turned around and dodged. At the next moment, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden axe that swooped down from the sky, chopping down fiercely and chopping off Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If not for Fang Yuan turning around in time, he would have been chopped into 2. His mind clearing up slightly, Fang Yuan quickly used his remaining hand to push himself off the ground, the huge force propelling his body out of the pit. But immediately, Giant Sun's will turned into a golden hammer that flew into the air and smashed down on Fang Yuan. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will. These few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But Giant Sun's will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground. Rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all. At the crucial moment, it was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled, using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground. He withstood Giant Sun's will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack, crack, crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge. If this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No. This is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case, Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's will, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain, and the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered, especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The Gu groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a goo master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the goo worms around them. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sunswell was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, "If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. "Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts." Although Giant Sunswell could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sunswell found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sunswell said earlier was not wrong. But against these mortal goo masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat goo. It was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sunswell. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal goo are not immortal goo. They also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the goo worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively. They knew a lot. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times. Thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When goo immortals used mortal goo, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of goo worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed goo, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal goo for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many goo. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Sunswell thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88-point Jinyang Tower, thus Giant Sunswell knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained great support. Giant Sunswell was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole Earth goo and connecting heaven goo. He immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal goo through Jewel Yellow Skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunxing. But he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, there was no harm in being prepared, it was finally put to use now. You borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sunswell snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of goo worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal goo. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming and scheming, harming the common people, going against ancestor giant's son, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, giant son's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent. You should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a six-armed heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a six-armed heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling, it was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to immortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time, I can naturally avoid this situation. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close, there was no sound of wind, it only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Fang Yuan faced everyone from afar, he suddenly made a shocking move, he stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a six-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned, even giant sons could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us. He is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yao's will in return, haven't you always wanted me to use it? Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will was startled, and he immediately denied it. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, your will already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, "Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something?" Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, "You knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into True Yang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions." Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. "Little guy. What's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When giant suns will awaken, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent, but on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, on one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances, I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master, after exiting the True Yang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating." Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, as if it had been wronged, "Fang Yuan kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this." Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed, "Haha, admit my failure. Of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you, Mo Yao and Giant Sun. Experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is?" Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. "Kid, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued, "Your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 Formless Hand." "Demon, the wisdom goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here, accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat." Everyone shouted, their morale was high. Giant Sun's will was even more restless. "Ha." Fang Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs, his eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe, his body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. "Damned demon, Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Fang Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now, you have nowhere to go. Giant sons will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's will also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Sons will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter stopped, he said in a hoarse voice. Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Rinzhu searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Rinzhu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Rinzhu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world. A lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Rinzhu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom! He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create Strength Path Phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the Strength Path Phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single Strength Path Phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 Strength Path Phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 Strength Path Phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more Strength Path Phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's Enslavement Path army was his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui Sang and the others were killed by the Strength Path Phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sons will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted. so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Feng Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Feng Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms' army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Feng Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Feng Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Feng Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. Then what do I get? Immortal goo dark limit. He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. Please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jiang Yu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of Immortal Goo Dark Limit. You committed such a huge crime, Northern Plains Goo Immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, you will not be able to find out your location. Interesting, what else? Feng Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Feng Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Feng Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai by Yunxing. Feng Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai by Yunxing was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai by Yunxing's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Goo Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point, after that was the Strength Path killer move, and finally, Tai by Yunxing. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Feng Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Feng Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands." Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a six-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master!" At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now, it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Fang Yuan nodded and asked. "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights, this was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back." She believed him. "One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together." Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. "Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much." With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal goo for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation. He concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now. My cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation goo, but I am an immortal zombie. Yin-yang rotation goo is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet. His finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal yuan stone. Even Hu immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in goo refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gates stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the goo path, nurture, use, and refine, goo masters not only needed to use goo, they also needed to nurture and refine goo. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now. His cultivation had stagnated. He needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed, the back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunxing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon goo. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunxing's mind came back from the messenger pigeon goo. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fang Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fang Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path Gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path Gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed, no wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through, she failed completely. She could not even self-destruct, she was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day, Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured, or died in battle, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's will was not discouraged, she was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now, Mo Yao's will cooperated with him, it was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now, his purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom, he could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people, forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu, otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, they announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tian-Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the two of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to go immortal, with just the three of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge crane gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do. Then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident. You clearly have a good plan. Ah, old Bai, your eyes are like a torch. I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langia. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Shenyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langia for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langia thinks you are a wisdom path Gu master, and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the Gu recipe. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. Aya, as expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud goo recipe. The land spirit of Langia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langia, and know the method to enter Langia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. His eyes brightened and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Zheng stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry and was filled with high spirits. Fang Zheng sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white, with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate Sect's encampment. In a short while, he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fang Jing's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him, "Senior brother Fang Jing." Fang Jing nodded. "Junior brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test." "Senior brother Fang Jing, please follow me." The Crane Gate disciple led the way. "Look, it's senior brother Fang Jing. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior brother Fang Jing is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test." Senior brother Fang Jing is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive, on the way. The whispers of the passers-by entered Fang Jing's ears. Fang Jing heard them, and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fang Jing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained immortal blessed land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained immortal blessed land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat and obtained immortal blessed land. Fang Jing has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fang Jing used Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fang Jing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. "Brother." A trace of darkness flashed past Fang Jing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained immortal blessed land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fang Jing felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Gue and Fang Yuan. "Calm down, my disciple." Master Tenchiru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchiru's experience was much richer than Fang Jing's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fang Jing. He consoled Fang Jing. "These years, I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later, Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim immortal blessed land. Your brother has no hope of survival. 3 supreme elders. That means 3 Gu immortal battle strength. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by Mortal Gu was limited. It could not compare to Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the Crane Gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the Crane Gate's plot against immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, The deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal goo recipes, there were too many factors to consider and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a goo master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the goo master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the goo master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on Earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a goo master used wisdom goo, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To goo masters, for questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in Wisdom Path, there were also immortal goo that could allow the goo immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret goo. Goo masters did not need thoughts to collide. They did not need to deduce. They could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Fang Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Goo worms only had one effect. Even rank 9 Wisdom Goo was no exception. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater its power. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause, there would be no effect, and with effect, there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and above board, without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last, and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Renzu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. The next moment he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time. This is a rank 6 information path immortal goo. It is as famous as sea vow goo. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated. Junior Fang, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow? Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. What place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand. He asked in confusion, what mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Snowy Mountain? I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? He Lulan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu Immortal World from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. You can call her third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough cough cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. Lord. A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad, Liang Air, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, your talent is better than mine. In the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qinyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now, large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal goo to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the Purple Stone Forest. It was all thanks to Tai by Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai by Yunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar, there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Fang Yuan stretched out his thick monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai by Yunxing entered his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a goo worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person, it was jade green, it had no temperature, it was very cold. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious goo worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them. They were definitely captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the Gu Master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which Gu immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness. He was likely to expose Fang Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulun. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fang Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Langya Blessed Land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 Cloud Pavilions. However, what Fang Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai by Yunxing came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. Why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai by Yunxing frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam. Each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew, fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream. Its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fang Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal goo. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this goo had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Langia. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Goo Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable goo, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable goo was very powerful, like the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Goo. Fang Yuan had Guts Goo. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core goo of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 goo immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 goo immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's blood path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Firmly occupying the peak of rank 6, he had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 goo immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Goo was unique to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first vital goo was Spring-Autumn Cicada. This immortal goo created him. Without this mystical goo, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture, or Spring-Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fang Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fang Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring-Autumn Cicada's luck. Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Xianxia, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court-blessed land and toppled 88-point Shenyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Xianxia-blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very straightforward. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, "Mph. That brat is crafty and sly. He dared to have such a bad attitude towards me. I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly." What goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Does he think I can't see it? Little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing land spirit of Xianxia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fang Yuan, but in wisdom goo. Fang Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while, he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed. In just a short while, he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fang Yuan also exclaimed, "This final step can be said to be miraculous. It is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself." Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then, they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades, or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Fang Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fang Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fang Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying, twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land Spirit of Xianxia mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along. Even his main body was stumped. He could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, Land Spirit of Xianxia even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end. There was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fang Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fang Yuan had deduced. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. Every word was in the heart of the Land Spirit of Xianxia. The Land Spirit of Xianxia finally agreed. All right, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now. Let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes. Saying so, the Land Spirit added, also, I will provide the Stargate goo. I will lend it to you. This way, he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success! This way, he had obtained the initial recognition of the Land Spirit of Xianxia. Communicating with Xianxia Blessed Land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fang Yuan also controlled the Stargate goo again, preventing it from entering the market of jewel yellow skies and giving other goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate goo, the Land Spirit of Xianxia, saved Fang Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the Land Spirit of Xianxia a sense of security. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the Land Spirit of Xianxia. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated, and I can also get a large amount of immortal yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal goo from the Land Spirit of Xianxia in the future. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal goo in Xianxia Blessed Land, especially Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fang Yuan could save a huge amount of goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal! Fang Yuan took 1 step and calculated 10 steps. The Land Spirit of Xianxia was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good. Finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, there was hope to complete the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate goo, but was rejected by the cautious Land Spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Xianxia Blessed Land and bring back Stargate goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was still there. There were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fang Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to give Fang Yuan the 3 immortal yuan stones, but Fang Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fang Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom, the price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside. Thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent, and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change. It is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among Gu immortals. Their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times, when Gu immortals nurtured Gu, their demand for mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method. The main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. 1 day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year, there would be production. Gu immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, Gu immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like Immortal Gu would not be used often. Mortal Gu would be used as common methods. The expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all Gu immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the starlight firefly Gu. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of northern plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish, and hairy men. Fang Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now, there were very few air bubble fish in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly Gu. They could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Gu immortal, But not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battles, Gu refinement, research, and tribulations would all greatly expend a Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Gu immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel-yellow skies, among the Gu immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the Five Regions War? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the three venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the times stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Gu path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside, and steam was rising from it. Fang Zheng took a deep breath, took off his clothes, and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush. First, the iron blood Gu, Master Tenchiru reminded. Fang Zheng slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood Gu. Immediately, the Gu worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fang Zheng's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood Gu and activate the blood edge Gu. Master Tenchiru said again. Fang Zheng activated the blood edge Gu, his body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Then, molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fang Zheng's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood Gu. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the Gu master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly Gu master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fang Zheng black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood Gu. Master Tenchiru said again. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix Gu. Immediately, under the effect of the Gu worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Fang Zheng groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fang Zheng's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fang Zheng. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower Gu. Master Tenchu was monitoring Fang Jing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fang Jing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fang Jing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fang Jing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Fang Jing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fang Jing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenchu's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fang Jing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down, and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success, use blood sense goo. Master Tenchu's tone was urgent. Blood sense? Fang Jing lowered his head, his vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fang Jing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step. You need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fang Jing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear. His rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fang Jing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. Feng Yang wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenchu's soul was reporting Fang Jing's training results. Yifengyang's tone was dissatisfied. As expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fu Hu blessed land and used many relic goo, he still became a rank 5 goo master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 goo worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenchu deliberated over his words. Fang Jing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix goo for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood goo to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenchu. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist spring-autumn cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of spring-autumn cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, spring-autumn cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of spring-autumn cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing spring-autumn cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Right now, it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding immortal goo. The feeding of mortal goo. Fang Yuan was not worried. But feeding immortal goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fang Yuan had many immortal goo: spring and autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, calamity beckoning, delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, cleanse soul, connect luck, and woman's heart. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have one immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This was a huge blessing, but also a huge burden. Spring and autumn cicada was fine. It fed on the water of the river of time. It did not need to be fed. Fixed immortal travels. Fang Yuan had once fed it a green grape immortal essence bead a year ago in Central Continent time. It could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent time did not mean only 1 year had passed in fixed immortal travel. Imperial Court Blessed Land's time, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture's time, and Hu immortal Blessed Land's time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, fixed immortal travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Fang Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. Cleanse soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal goo woman's heart, land spirit of Langya had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This goo was nurtured and refined in one. The more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning immortal goo was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal goo are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They have been hiding in Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance secluded domain.